Welcome everyone. I'm the Hero, today joined by Pink, and eventually Alex, for the Shut Your Mouth Lounge, episode 258. I want to say, I can check fairly easily. Yes.
Seems accurate.
So, Pink,
Yeah.
what is coming out on your channel?
Well, starting it might be tomorrow. Starting either today or tomorrow, Fallout 3 finally getting those first couple of episodes out. That'll be coming out semi-consistently over the week, and then there's gonna be Dead by Daylight also coming out semi-consistently over the week. And that should be it. I'm gonna get the ball rolling on both of those, and it should be semi-consistent all the way through Christmas. So that's gonna be fun.
Alright, nice.
Yeah.
Well, as for me, I have nothing yet. The script that I wrote needs to be rewritten, the ending, because I spent a lot of time thinking about what stuff I want to do with the reviews and stuff like that. I do want to make them more jokey. At the same time, I started making the reviews with a scale. I still kind of want to use the scale. Like the reason
Yeah.
I wanted to go away from it is because I wanted to try and force myself to express my opinion better, but I fucking can't. So
Right.
so I might as well use the crutch.
Yeah. Why not?
But yeah, so that will have to be rewritten. I have also found a piece of music that I will probably make my outro song, which means that I'm gonna have to actually make an outro sequence with like end cards and shit. For like I'm giving myself an excuse to use the song pretty much in the videos. But that also means that I need to change the way I write endings. So
Right.
that will have to be revisited before I can actually get into production and stuff like that, which is fine because I didn't record the narration yet anyway. So it could have this all could have come at the worst time.
Right.
I'm also not quite sure if I want to go ahead and use my avatar that I use here on the YouTube channel, or if I want to make another logo and go with that
Ah.
just yet. Because I kind of want to stick with the logo, just try and update it a bit because I know how to do stuff better now than when I made the last one. And I basically
Yeah.
just want to take the part of that one and then modernize it. And
I
then
see.
once I'm done with that, then I'll look at it and go and hopefully go, okay, I want to use this or no.
Yeah.
As for the second channel and all that, streaming is still up in the air. I would have to decide on a schedule. Well, it is one of those things where I don't want to force myself to be on a schedule because then that's kind of remove. Well, it's the same issue that we have with on this channel. Schedules
Yeah. Yeah.
schedules are a problem because then stuff stops feeling spontaneous. At the same
Yep.
time, schedules are good because then you can go, all right, I know I have to do this thing on that day. I am not going to plan stuff on that day.
Mm-hmm.
And then stuff will happen, hopefully. So I would have to decide what schedule I would want so that I can actually force myself to get into streaming now.
Right.
I've also made the decision that if I am going to do it, I'm gonna do it with Last of Us, which I'm telling you just because we have the whole thing set up so you can see what game I'm playing and then hop on if it looks like I'm streaming it.
Yeah.
The problem I've noticed is that if I play the game for longer than like 4 hours, the whole thing just turns off for a couple of hours and then it resets.
Oh.
Yeah,
Weird.
which is fine though because I can't really hold a conversation with myself for more than like an hour anyway. So and yeah, that's it for my channels. Then for the group channel, the best of Spider-Man is coming out this week.
Nice.
as well as uh fighting games are, I want to say. Maybe. Is let me check. Is the Game Awards this week or next week? Because that's how I know. That's next week. All right, then
Right.
never mind. No FGA this week. I don't think. No, wait. Shit. Next week is this week. I'm fucking up my schedules. So yes, FGA is this week. You may be getting two FGAs. We don't know yet. We may double down and just have both our pre Game Awards and post Game Awards FGA because we know that Capcom will be there because it's fucking Capcom. We know Bandai will be there because
Yeah.
they said it. Ed Boon will show up.
Yeah.
Ed Boon will show up to do a fatality on Jeff Keighley, regardless of what he says. So there will be stuff to discuss there. Then
Yeah.
on Friday, Katamari,
Very nice.
and that's it.
Very nice.
So Pink, what have you been up to?
What have I been up to? Honestly, what have I been up to? I only played a little bit of Rainbow Six Siege this week, kind of trying to get back into the groove of things until February. February, pardon me. I was looking at the calendar here. It's December, obviously. December 6th, I believe, is the date when crossplay will be enabled. And then there's a chance that we'll start playing Rainbow Six for the channel once again. It'll be quite the throwback.
Yeah,
And
we'll actually get to use the intro that I made 4 years ago.
Yes.
4 years ago.
I
I made that I made that intro with like, all right, we'll use this going forward in the Siege videos, and then fucking my Xbox broke, W moved, and everything else just kind of happened.
everything else. Yep. Yep. So yeah. Really excited if we ever get back into the swing of things there. Still actually need to download For Honor because I'm pretty sure I have that archive still. Um, let's see.
Yeah. By the way, look at this note. Actually, not sacrificing all of his hard drive space to dedicate his life to Kingdom Hearts. Obviously taken by the darkness.
Truly. Let's see. On the Xbox, I didn't do anything else other than the Rainbow Six Siege and every now and again tinkering around with 2K22. And on Steam, I did play a lot of Civilization 6 this week, but nothing new there because there was no new leaders, and I already played through all the leaders from the last week. Um, let's see. I obviously played some Dead by Daylight because I was recording more stuff for the channel there, and that will be coming out over the weeks. Let's see. Talking points. Nothing else on Steam that I'm aware of. I did a couple weeks back, one or two. I did buy Soul Calibur 6 for $5.
It's not worth like $5.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna refund it, but first I want to download it and see if it will actually run decently on the computer that I have. Because I don't know how beefy my quote unquote rig is. It's pretty good, but I don't know. The Soul Calibur 6 looked kind of graphic intensive, and I was having frame rate issues with some of the particle effects from Guilty Gear, so that had me a little bit worried. But other than that, it usually runs everything just fine. Buttery smooth, one could say. So yeah, I'll tinker around with that a bit, and if I remember to stop playing within the hour, I will probably be refunding it.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know what like fun we'd get out of Soul Calibur 6. I also like I have it through PS Plus, so I could just play it now. But well, we can play together because there is no crossplay. I mean, there's the
Yep.
place that goes. There's not gonna be crossplay, but
Yeah. So actually, the reason I own it at all is when Civilization 6 was releasing their free DLC pass thing, whatever you want to call it.
yeah,
Um, because I don't own their special anthology edition, I merely own all the DLCs. The there were very many issues with Steam getting the free LC out to all the content owners, and the biggest reason amongst all reasons was that people who had hopped on the Civ 6 boat late and snagged the anthology edition, which for a long time up until 2020, late 2020 or 2021, the anthology version didn't even exist because before that we had the complete, quote unquote, complete version that was available through Steam. So basically, if you've been playing Civ 6 for longer than 2020, let's say you bought it in 2018, hypothetically, and you own all the DLC, although you technically qualify for the free LC, you wouldn't get it. But if you did own the actual anthology edition, you would get it with really no problem. So to remedy this, Steam offered the free LC in a quote unquote update. Basically, you'd be purchasing the anthology edition for free, but with I don't know. There's an issue there where while you were allowed to put it in your cart, you would not be able to check out because it was free, and I guess Steam just doesn't accept that you can buy things for free. So you actually had to purchase something else in addition to that to kind of trick the system so you could get the free LC with no issue. So that's actually why I own Soul Calibur 6 at the moment, because it was like $5, and I was like, hey, if it's fun, I'll keep it for $5. If it's not, I'll just refund it and get my $5 back. So that was the story with that. That was a whole situation there, and it was
Yeah.
kind of funny to watch go down. But yeah,
I mean, you would imagine Steam would work better with free stuff, considering Facebook is free now.
yeah, yeah.
Well, they have a paid version for with more stuff, but Facebook was made free. So yeah, whatever. The
Mm-hmm.
the thing about Soul Calibur 6 to me is that like the gameplay is fine for the most part, and then the fucking the cinematic edges or whatever they're called, and the super moves and stuff like that could kick in, and I'm just like, oh no,
Yeah,
oh no, Soul
yeah.
Calibur.
Uh-huh. I remember that was kind of my impression on the free weekend that we played it, where it's like the base is mostly fine. It's got a decent foundation. And then you get to all the super moves and the wacky nonsense that got thrown in, and you're like, no, what happened?
Yeah,
This used to be a good game.
and like it's one of those things where like some you could argue with some of those mechanics. Oh well, you don't need to interact with them. We'd have to play with the AI, and even if we didn't, people would use those mechanics. But whatever, we'd
Yeah.
have to play with the AI. I've had a match with the AI where the AI did nothing but footsies and trigger the cinematic edges, which lock you into a cutscene, and you have to press a button to do a certain attack, or you just do an empty cutscene, I guess, and then get hit. But either which way, you have to do a cinematic clash, and imagine doing 5 cinematic clashes back to back.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it kind of ruins the flow of the game just a bit.
Just a bit. Just a bit.
So yeah. Anything
So
else?
yeah. Anything else? I don't believe so. I watched Megamind, but that's nothing new, and I only turned that on for background noise because I
It's
was
nothing. You
making.
you watch Mega Man twice every week.
Yeah, it's like that's why I'm so smart, you know?
Yeah.
I am the very smarts.
So,
Um,
that's why you sent me that picture of you squinting with the caption "No bitches."
exactly. Exactly. I don't know how that meme started. I don't understand it, but it's funny nonetheless.
Yeah.
God bless America. And I think that wraps up everything I did this week. So I'll go ahead and pass the baton to you.
All right. Well, guess what I did?
Well, I'm going to guess that you did play Kingdom Hearts, but I might be wrong about that.
No, I actually played. I played Fortnite. No, Kingdom Hearts. So
Oh boy, Fortnite.
Yeah,
What a game.
the game I haven't
That
even
is
downloaded
definitely
yet.
a game.
Uh, they added a mode where you don't have to build, so it's just Goku playing PUBG.
Yeah,
And you know what? Good on them. I'd be more inclined to actually try that one.
probably.
Although out of the battle royale stuff, the one I've seen, that actually, AW,
Hello.
What do you want?
Not much for the moment.
Okay, that's
Oh,
fair.
internet.
yes.
Uh,
So I assume you're
yeah.
interrupting the podcast.
What?
I assume that I have just jumped right into the middle of the podcast.
Yes.
Yes, you did. Welcome to the party.
Okay.
Well, middle of the
Yes.
podcast. We're 50 minutes in. But yeah.
Ah, yes. Okay.
But yeah, I was talking about my week and how I played Fortnite. Obviously, spent the whole week doing it.
Exactly.
But yeah, the close off on that topic. The one battle royale mode that I saw that actually seemed somewhat interesting in its setup is actually fucking Call of Duty. They have a mode called DMZ where you like take a driving test. No, they have AI opponents as well as the normal people opponents, so you don't have to fucking sit on your ass for half an hour before someone shoots you from across the map. And like, I don't know if I'd call the mode good or you know interesting enough for me to actually try it, but it's an evolution.
That is true.
So anyway, yeah, I spent the whole week playing fucking Kingdom Hearts. Pink.
Yes, I observed that every time I've logged on PlayStation.
Yeah. So Pink.
Yes.
Where did I leave off last week?
Oh dear lord. Um.
And I'm asking,
Uh.
I'm asking, had I finished two or was I in the middle of two?
I. I think you had finished two. Like you had
Okay,
just finished two.
congratulations, Addy. You've gotten as far in the series as I have, because I have literally like played one level of Birth by Sleep, and that is the extent of my time with the spin-off games.
They're not spin-off games. That's the thing. They're Kingdom Hearts doesn't have spin-off games. They have.
I'm aware that okay, I'm aware that they are incredibly plot vital, and Kingdom Hearts 3 expects you to have played all the fucking games and remembered every single detail. That doesn't change the fact that they are portable titles with outnumbered titles, and by all reasonable means, that means they are spin-offs. Just because Tetsuya Nomura is a maniac who is keeping his own extensive canon that no one else cares about does not change the fact that by all reasonable means, those are spin-offs.
But yeah, I genuinely do and do like how this setup leads to how you can just play the numbered games and like whatever spin-offs are between them and just be like, all right, this is the series, and then just leave. Like so far, both of the numbered games had endings where you can go, all right, the story is finished. I am done.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. It's partly just that Kingdom Hearts 3, from what I've heard, sounds incredibly lame between a variety of things. But for me, like, I'm perfectly comfortable ending the series with 2, even though 2 doesn't have a conclusive ending.
I mean, two has a mostly conclusive ending, and then they have they get the letter, but you can just like, all right, Sora does it, all right, fuck you, Mickey. I don't care. And considering how long it actually took for us to see what that formed into, Sora pretty much did just go, all right, fuck you, Mickey, I don't care. But anyway, so yeah, I beat.
Fuck you, entire Final Fantasy cast. I don't care.
Me unironically. It was
That is such a there is there's nothing I can think of that's a greater joke on both just general how Square goes and also Tetsuya Nomura being a crazy person than the fact that Kingdom Hearts was fundamentally started as what if Disney plus Final Fantasy? And Tetsuya Nomura got rid of the entirety of the Final Fantasy cast in Kingdom Hearts 3 because he said they'd moved past them or they didn't need them anymore or something like that. And it's like the fundamental appeal of the series. That was the entire idea. That was literally the elevator pitch.
And if he said that, then I wonder if we'll get to visit Hollow Bastion in 3 at all. Radiant Bastion, Hollow Garden. But yeah,
I not only do I believe they changed, I want to say they changed the name again, but they could totally just make it where you go there and it's just random assorted Disney characters that couldn't fit into their own worlds.
I guess I'll see once I get to it. I'm very close. But yeah, so during the week I finished Birth by Sleep, Dreams of Distance, fucking.
I have heard that 3D sucked.
I disagree.
Oh,
It's better than Birth by Sleep at least.
do you say that though just because you find some of the protagonists of Birth by Sleep annoying?
No, I find the gameplay in Birth by Sleep annoying. I didn't really care about the protagonists, but whatever. I can look at. All right, this is the setup. We'll get somewhere eventually. I found the gameplay changes they made to the active battle system annoying, and then 3D takes it as a base and improves upon it, which means that 3D's gameplay is still very stinky. Actually, I will say very stinky, but it's better by a margin. But yeah, and I'll get into that.
Speak to that other than that, I have heard before a lot of people really did not like 3D.
I can see why, but I'll get into that. Yeah. Go ahead.
I need to say this really quickly. So last week, Pink, I assume, had to sit through about 2 hours of you talking about Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2, right?
Well, Kingdom Hearts 1, Rechain of Memories, 358 over 2 days and 2, yes. And then a bit of Bird by Sleep.
Okay. So that is all a bunch of games that Pink has never played and probably will never play.
That is
and today's episode, I have joined. I have played through Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2 multiple times. However, the games that you've played through this week and we'll be talking about for the next hour this week are Birth by Sleep and 3D, neither of which I have played, nor do I really know much about other than that the protagonists of Birth by Sleep get fucked over by the end because it's a prequel.
It's a pre-sequel because you see, I won't get into it too deep. I'm literally just talking about the game releases. But the Bird by Sleep got a sequel that was called O2, Bird by Sleep, a fragmentary memory or whatever the fuck, something like that. And it was on the Kingdom Hearts 3 engine, made for the 2.8 HD bundle specifically, which is why it's called 2.8 because it's the continuation of 2.5.
Fucking bullshit!
So, I think you have to understand that for me, there was Kingdom Hearts 1, there was some little DS game, some little Game Boy game that didn't matter, didn't care. It wound up being plot important, and I didn't understand Kingdom Hearts 2's intro as a kid, but nonetheless, I played Kingdom Hearts 2. And the longer this series has gone on, and it has introduced 0.2, 0.5, 1.5, 1.2, 1.7, 1.8, 2.5, 2.8. This long series of re-releases and remakes and sequels and interquels and prequels and long backstory setup mobile games that are super vital to the lore, but you could only play for about 6 months and then it got taken off the market. And
Funny you say it. I'm literally watching that right now. They made it into a movie.
And all just kinds of bullshit. You can see where this is one, like, so there's a million and one video game series that Mike gets bitchy about and says, what the fuck, this game was easy to understand 20 years ago, but now every time I hear about it, it turns into this clusterfuck. You can understand where Kingdom Hearts 1, 2 makes sense to me mostly. Chain of Memories, I'm never going to play through, but I understand the point of it is Sora loses his memory and they make the nobody and the whole deal. I get that.
That's the
Birth
thing.
by Sleep,
That's the thing.
mostly.
They don't make the nobody. Chain of Memories is a nothing game with a gameplay gimmick that sucks ass. Well, the Chain of Memories, the original was probably better.
Right, but Chain of Memories was what introduced Nominee and Organization 13 and killed off like half of Organization 13 before they'd even got their own game.
Yeah.
I can understand that. I can understand 350 over 2 days. Because that's okay. Well, that's like the villains get their own little side story you can play through, and
that's just character development for Roxas.
Character development for Roxas that doesn't even matter because he forgets it all by the time of Kingdom Hearts 2. That is not character development for Roxas. That is character development for Axel. Because for Roxas, it's entirely irrelevant because he just forgets it.
I mean, it's character development for both because Kingdom Hearts 2, Roxas's part. Well, I don't actually remember it exactly, but parts of Roxas's part and then some of Sora's is remembering Roxas. So, in a very roundabout fucking dumbass way.
Roxas is almost entirely irrelevant to Kingdom Hearts 2. You are crazy. He gets the tutorial section, and you get to fight him again near the very end of Sora, but other than that, he's irrelevant. Roxas more or less just entirely exists in Kingdom Hearts 2 to set up Axel as a recurring boss. And don't get me wrong, I love Axel, but Roxas, despite the fact that he seems to be a very important element of Sora, is really not that important at all in Kingdom Hearts 2. He's honestly more important for setting up one of the protagonists in Birth by Sleep.
Yeah, I mean, like Roxas in two. Well, overall, really, Roxas is kind of just a linchpin. Although I really liked how,
I mean, dude, after the tutorial in Kingdom Hearts 2, the only time you ever see Roxas acknowledged is the boss fight against him in the last level, where he shows up out of nowhere, you kill him, and then Sora goes, I feel funny, and then just moves on.
I feel like I remember them bringing him up like indirectly in some of the dialogue, but that's mostly like that wouldn't be next to Sora. That would just be like that would be Riku North and this nuts, my favorite character from Kingdom Hearts.
You ever wonder if Kingdom Hearts has a few too many plot threads? This character who gets the entirety of the tutorial devoted to him is utterly irrelevant for the rest of the game. That just maybe they might have had a bit too many ingredients in the stew there.
Yeah, and then like by the point that I'm in, they've resolved 90% of the plot threads.
The Roxas plotline, which is utterly irrelevant for 99% of Kingdom Hearts 2, is one of the best parts of Kingdom Hearts 2.
Yeah.
Like I mean, one of the things I will say is that Kingdom Hearts is generally a series that has proven to be historically good at handling tragic plotline. And that's what makes Roxas fun, is that he doesn't get the happy ending Sora does.
Oh boy. So spoilers for 3 ruined. Roxas ruined. Spoilers for 3. Mickey Mouse Armageddon. Story ruined. It's like Demon Armageddon, but worse.
I think we're going through that right now in real life.
But yeah. So, so I played through Birth by Sleep, fucking Dreamed Out Distance. The points
Tell me
to
if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Don't all. Now, I remember what happens to Tara, and Tara, I remember, gets it the worst.
Terra gets Norded
But
very hard. Yes.
Don't the other two protagonists also get fucked pretty hard in that game?
Yeah. So what happens is Terra becomes Xehanort because he sucks, and then
Well,
Yeah.
he becomes the original. He becomes the original Xehanort from Kingdom Hearts 1, but not the real Xehanort, because there's like 3 clones, one
No.
heartless, one nobody. The original, 2 from an alternate timeline, 2 from the past, 2 from the future, a bald good one, a bald evil one.
No, those are the same. The bald guy is the bald guy is the original. Yeah, I know you're
joking,
doing.
right?
I know you're doing a bit, but yeah, bald Xehanort is the original Xehanort who possesses Terra at the end of Birth by Sleep, and then every other Xehanort is just Xehanort's soul possessing different people and making them look like Terra for some reason.
Because he just loves Terra that much.
Yes, so like Ansem, Xemnas, both of them Terra, but also Xehanort mostly. And then this is the actual Ansem, because fuck you.
Yeah. So, okay, so Xehanort possesses Terra, pretends to be Ansem, which somehow also creates a nobody clone that is also pretending to be the nobody of Ansem, even though he's not.
Yes.
And all this is to explain why Tetsuya Nomura wrote Kingdom Hearts 1 clearly with no idea of what he wanted to write in the future. So he had to retroactively turn a relatively simple villain in Ansem and another relatively simple villain in Xemnas into entirely different characters to fit the new plotline he had come up with later on.
Yeah.
Because it used to just be, okay, we got this heartless guy. He's got an evil plot. Okay, he needs to be stopped. Okay, nobodies are a thing, and for every heartless, there is a nobody. So therefore, logically, the bad guy from Kingdom Hearts 1 must have a nobody. Oh, yes, he does. That's the villain of this game. That follows. And then it's a time travel conspiracy plot.
Yeah. So
where a guy is literally, just to put things in perspective, Pink, the villain of Kingdom Hearts 3 is this one guy making a super team of himself.
No, that's not only in 3. In Dream Drop Distance, one of the last things they do is they just introduce 13 Xehanorts. 13 Xehanorts.
13?
I am so disappointed that you corrected me, but not instead of like you were starting to correct me, and I was like, so actually it's not as dumb as I thought.
No, it is as dumb as you thought. Yeah, I only corrected that that it was earlier that they did the dumb thing.
Imagine, okay, does this not sound like the comic bookiest shit that like you could imagine in the Silver Age DC of like Lex Luthor gets sick of leading the lame-o Injustice Syndicate, so he makes the Luthor Syndicate, and he just gathers up a bunch of Luthor. But then it turns out that Luthor is a good guy, and so are the 12 other Luthors. And also, 7 out of the Luthors aren't actually Lex Luthor. They're like his evil soul possessing Dick Grayson. Why did 7? Why did not even 7 timelines of Lex Luthor possess Dick Grayson? The world will never know.
Not even 7, 12. Well, no, 7 of them possess Dick Grayson. The rest possess like fucking I don't know, Damien. So yeah. But yeah, there's some funny things that they do with the writing in the later games where they call out the red writing. I was just like, oh yeah, that happened sometimes because it's like the whole thing in the original Kingdom Hearts is that well, it's not an explicit thing, but apparently Riku was supposed to be the keyblade wielder. And Sora was just supposed to deliver the keyblade pretty much, which is why we have the scene where Riku just fucking steals the keyblade from Sora's hands at Hollow Bastion. And then apparently the keyblade just went, actually no, fuck this, and then went back to Sora. That's the lore explanation. Really, it's just we didn't want to commit to actually making Riku the protagonist, but we're gonna pretend he is still.
Well, it's because again they can't. Tetsuya Nomura set out with one idea in Kingdom Hearts 1 and later on decided he didn't like it.
Yeah.
Because Kingdom Hearts 1, Riku is more or less the bad guy up until the very end where he decides to turn back to being good. And you can tell from the beginning of Kingdom Hearts 1 that Riku's going to be turning bad based off of shit he says on the island.
Based off of, I was going to say based off of the fact that he's voiced by Yuri Lowenthal, but I don't think he is. he just gives a really big Sasuke energies.
I'm pretty sure he's voiced by notorious foot fetishist. What's his name? Jesse McCartney, right?
Maybe.
Or no, does Jesse McCartney voice Roxas? I don't remember.
I think he does.
He voices one of those two. I don't remember which.
But yeah, so before we get too much into just fucking clowning on the lore, because there's stuff to clown on.
You've been doing
yeah.
a half hour now. You say before we start, which implies that the last half hour has just been preliminary.
Kind of. But yeah, so Birth by Sleep has two major gameplay mechanics that it introduces. Well, three technically, but I don't know, two, whatever. One is the sure shot or something like that, where you can lock onto enemies and then you can do automatic big damage attacks. Fine. The other one is deck building. Hope you like Chain of Memories. Fuck off. But yeah. The other one is not completely Chain of Memories deck building, but it's you get your moves from cards that you pick up from the field and from enemies, and you can only use those moves sometimes. They're on a timer. They're on cooldown. If you do a move and someone attacks you and it cuts the move off, you don't get to do the move, but it still goes on cooldown. Which really works with healing. Which, by the way, is also limited to this cooldown system.
I'm just going to go ahead and say I can see where that'd be annoying, but at the end of the day, that's just a gameplay decision that says don't commit to a move if you don't think you can finish it.
Yeah, but it also, like, to me, the idea inherently isn't bad. The implementation is a lot of times, because like Chain of Memories, the whole deck building thing could work. Like it's very basic and stuff. I wish it was more involved, but whatever, it could work. But then the game is like, all right, so just any enemy on the other side of the map throwing out a card can break your attack regardless of whether or not they were actually close to you. Also, this is all real time. So like an enemy can just throw out a random card that's higher than yours and you won't even see it. Which is the big problem to me. But that's Chain of Memories.
Yeah.
Bird by Sleep is a lot more manageable and tolerable. Which is why I actually finished it, unlike Bird by Sleep, which I just watched on YouTube, because fuck that, I ain't committing to the grind. Bird by Sleep was fine. They did interesting things with the whole having to play through the game 3 times, but it also kind of was to the detriment that I had to play through the game 3 times.
Oh, correct me if I'm wrong, but aren't several levels massively different for some characters and not for others?
Yes, which did make it a lot
And on
easier.
top of that,
Yeah.
on top of that, aren't there some levels that you just play through with one character but not others?
I don't think so, but I don't remember exactly.
Because I want to say, like, isn't Terra an idiot that gets manipulated by the bad guys in every level?
Yes, yes. Terra shows up, and he's just like, hey, here, there's my pal, the devil. So what do you want me to
Yeah.
do? Good, well-known good doer, the devil. But yeah, Terra shows up and fucks shit up. Ventus sometimes is there. He does nothing. Like when Ventus shows up, Xehanort sends him a message saying, "Come to my pad. I need to show you something." And then Aqua shows up and rights Terra's wrong, while also being very sad.
I was about to say, from my understanding of Birth by Sleep, it more or less consists of the two guys fucking everything up, and then the chick tries to fix it.
Yeah, it's like Terra fucked himself up. Ventus got fucked up by both Xehanort and their master Ericus. Because Xehanort used Ventus as an experiment, and Ericus kind of just withheld all of that information from everyone. It was like, okay, cool. I'm still gonna invite Xehanort, the guy who has proven he's evil. So
Well,
yeah,
that's the confounding thing is that everybody makes fun of the Mark Hamill dude for like, oh yeah, here's Mr. Evil Man, kids. Here he is, and he doesn't really get clued into the fact that he's obvious evil man. But like, it's later on retconned in that the dude was good to begin with, so it's technically not him being stupid, I guess.
I don't know. I disagree. We'll see how I feel about Kingdom Hearts 3, but I'll probably still disagree. But yeah. So yeah, like all of that happens. People do all of that shit. Maleficent gets introduced. Well, for Maleficent will forever be defined by her sacrifice to me. But it's like because usually they don't let her ham it up, but then they did.
Maleficent will forever be defined by the fact that in Kingdom Hearts 1, she is predominantly the villain and way more fun and interesting as a villain than Ansem. And not only do you kill her in Kingdom Hearts 1, but of course it turns out, okay, she's not the main villain at all. And yet she keeps coming back for every other game to just kind of still be there.
Yeah, like Maleficent comes back to have a bit with Pete every game since 2, and they kind of just treat it as like all right, Maleficent's dead again. She'll be back next time.
Yeah.
Like Maleficent's died 4 times, I think.
You kind of roll over the fact that Sora totally murders like almost all the Disney villains.
Yeah, so Sora murders all the Disney villains, also himself. That one time.
That is true. That is actually true.
Like, that's why we have Roxas. Because Sora killed himself that one time.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Sora didn't kill Scar, right? The Lion King chapter in Kingdom Hearts 2 is set after the movie, so Scar already got killed by the hyenas forever ago.
I
Which is why
think
it's
so.
Scar's ghost that you fight and not Scar himself.
Yeah, I think so. Well, Scar,
Also,
yeah.
Which also conveniently explains why Scar never speaks, because unlike most of the other Disney voice actors, they were not able to get Jeremy Irons to come back to voice him.
What a shock.
But someone does speak.
They can't get Jeremy Irons to come back to voice him, but consistently, no matter what, that oh shit, what's his name? Woods. Who's the guy who voices Hades? Help me.
Now that's a good question.
His last name is Wood.
It's on the tip of my tongue, but gosh darn it.
Oh,
Yeah.
I can't look it up because it will tank the recording. I just realized. Shit. I'll look it up on my phone. If it decides to actually cooperate. But yeah, Hades is a good villain. It's one of those things where like I only enjoy the Disney villains or really any villains when they let them ham it up, and a lot of times they don't let them ham it up for some reason. But like fucking in I want to say it was in Birth by Sleep. That Hades just has some really fucking good punches. Like some really good remarks against both Hercules and then whoever is out there with Hercules at the time.
James Woods.
All right.
I kept wanting to call him Jim Woods, and I was like, that
I
doesn't
kept
sound
wanting to say
right.
Jeremy, but I'm like, it's not Jeremy. I'd remember it Jeremy.
Yeah, I think the Disney villains. Well, it's easy to say that the Disney villains are more interesting than any of the actual Kingdom Hearts bad guys, but like, yeah, the actual Disney villains. I think most of them are successes. Like, obviously, Scar sucks in the Lion King world because it's not actually Jeremy Iron. It's just Scar's ghost vaguely in the background looking menacing.
No, Scar does speak technically, but I forget. Like I don't think they, as you said, I don't think they have the same voice actor. And then it's also a thing of like, I don't know if it's supposed to be Scar speaking specifically or just Simba's doubts. Because Scar is a ghost because Simba's doubts are getting at his heart.
Yes. But I don't think they're really able to do anything with Barbossa either, because again, I don't think they could get Jeffrey Rush.
The guy from Pirates of the Caribbean.
Yes.
I mean, they had him talk a lot. I remember that.
Yeah, but I don't think it was really remarkable. I mean, Jeffrey Rush as Barbossa is one of the best Disney villains ever. And it's a very distinctive performance that's difficult to imitate because it's Jeffrey fucking Rush. So it doesn't stick out. Comparatively, I think that the voice actor that got to do Jack instead of Johnny Depp, I think does a good job, though.
Yeah. And fucking playing that part of the game. Well, playing most parts of the game is weird because I didn't see the original dub growing up because, well, didn't speak English. But
yeah,
but like fucking listening to Jack just kind of mumble. Like Jack is my favorite mumble rapper. He kind of just.
To be fair, Johnny Depp also just kind of mumbles as Jack because Jack is in a permanent state of semi-drunkenness.
Yeah, I figured it was a character trait, and that's why they kept it. But it was very funny where like I would have Donald on my team, and it would just be Sora yelling shit while Donald and Jack make noises.
Yeah.
And then I switched out Jack because he wasn't mandatory anymore. I played through Kingdom Hearts. Yeah.
I always take the guest party members when I can.
I always take Donald and Goofy because to me it's a thing of like they're building their friendship or whatever.
And don't get me wrong, I like Donald and Goofy, but there's plenty of worlds where you don't have guest party members and you can take both of them then,
Yeah, it's also a thing of like in Kingdom Hearts 1, they don't level up if they're not in your team. So like in 2, it's fine to take the guest characters because they level up regardless. In 1, if you want Donald and Goofy to help you during the last fight, you might want to take them.
I'll just say I didn't have a problem with them not leveling with me, but Kingdom Hearts 1 can have some very goofy leveling issues depending on the choices you made on Destiny Island.
Yeah.
That is one of the strangest game mechanics I have ever seen. That depending on the completely random words and choices you make in the very tutorial, dictate whether or not the game's leveling is front loaded, back loaded, or mid loaded. Like that is so bizarre.
Yeah. And then like my favorite part of playing through these games is that in the first game, the guide that I had, because I have a guide open in case I get lost in one of the worlds, so I know where to go. And the guide that I had set up explained why and how the different weapon choices affect what stat or what moves and what stats you get. And I'm like, okay, cool. I know which one to go with. Completely omitted the questions and what they do. And then the guide for 2 just omitted both. I just had to go with whatever.
2, I don't think it matters as much. Kingdom Hearts 1, you can have a seriously uphill battle depending on what choices you make. Because I believe the dodge roll comes much later for one of the 3. I forget if it was the magic wand or the shield. And the dodge roll in Kingdom Hearts 1 is super important.
Yeah, I had that exact issue in 2. Because I don't know how you get the dodge roll. Apparently it's in the game. What?
Everyone has that issue in 2. Because the dodge roll is, if memory serves, attached to like.
Oh, is it
to.
Is it the best? No, not the master form, but one of the forms. Yeah.
Original form.
Yeah.
It's attached to original. Put a bunch of leveling into original form.
All right.
Which is insane.
I mean, if I yeah, go ahead.
And the circumstances where you can enter original form at all are highly specific. You will very rarely ever trigger original form if memory serves.
No, you're thinking about Feral Sora.
Yeah, when I played through Kingdom Hearts 2, I want to say that I had a very difficult time activating that compared to Master Form or Shadow Form or whatever.
I had the opposite issue. I went into original form more times than I went into Valor.
I think there is some differing circumstances there of differing behavior. You probably played the game differently than I did, so you would have triggered different things.
Yeah.
Did you explain the form system to Pink? Because that is one of the most insane things about Kingdom Hearts 2.
No, I figured that would be too much information considering the story as well.
I just want to get this in just because it's so fucking weird. So Kingdom Hearts 1, Sora was who he was as a character. He had moves that you could unlock. He had spells like a Final Fantasy character. It was kind of beat 'em up-ish with also a fair bit of RPG, but it was kind of honestly a really even mixture of both, where it felt like you could be competent enough at one to compensate for the other. Kingdom Hearts 2 cut down a lot on, I would say, player agency in that regard. It felt like your dodging and move timing and combos didn't matter quite so much, and the RPG stuff didn't feel quite so customizable or directly controllable. In exchange for one, adding way more QTEs, though they're very dirt easy QTEs, so they're pretty well cutscene fights.
I mean, you can, for the QTEs, you can literally just mash the triangle button and win. There is no fail state.
Yes.
Oh.
And the other big change they made was the form system, where there are different, so when Kingdom Hearts 2 originally released, there were effectively, if you don't count Mickey Mouse, 4 different forms. And
why wouldn't we count Mickey Mouse, though?
So that itself is a very funny thing to explain. Because there's 3, I want to say there's 3 forms you can access in the game. You unlock the ability to transform into each of them over the course of the game, and the game does not tell you when you've unlocked the ability to access any of those forms. And they pretty well just go, here's a stronger Sora, here's a Sora that's dual wielding, here's a Sora that is triple wielding flying swords, yada, yada, yada. They all have weird conditions you need to meet discreetly that, again, the game does not tell you about in order for them to come active. The lowest level form is the easiest one to do. And if you die in a boss fight, then when you hit, okay, try again, there is a decent chance, depending again on certain hidden modifiers the game does not tell you about, that you do not die You come back, you respawn immediately, exactly where you were. The boss fight had not been interrupted at all, as Mickey Mouse instead of Sora. And Mickey is an ass kicker who does big combo and big damage.
Yeah,
Because
Mickey is God.
Mickey,
Okay.
he's not quite God, but he is like, who am I trying to think of? Like,
A demigod.
there's a load of Mickey equivalents. There's a load of Mickey equivalents in anime, but that's not what I'm looking for Pink. Like, he is the ultimate hero who is fighting his own secret battle that Sora doesn't get to see, that is presumably way above Sora's pay grade. And whenever you get that game over, it is just he is stepping in to help you at this vital moment where you need it. There is also secret conditions, one of which is very annoying that I do remember, where you have a chance that instead of getting turned into Mickey, you get turned into Shadow Sora or Heartless Sora, who is also very high damage and big combo, but he also has some weird gameplay mechanics that make it much more likely that you're going to kill yourself than the enemy.
Yeah.
There are a lot of very late game bosses in Kingdom Hearts 2 that have strong conditions that make it near impossible to respawn as Mickey instead of Shadow Sora. And I remember distinctly that is the only reason I did not beat Kingdom Hearts 2 as a kid, is because there was a boss fight I got stuck on. Sniper fucker by the name of Zigbar, who's
fucking Zigbar. You have to fight Zigbar like 3 more times. I just want to know.
Well, because Kingdom Hearts 3 has the reveal twist that Zigbar's the real villain.
Shit.
As soon as I heard that,
but he's only half Xehanort.
As soon as I heard that Zigbar was the real villain, I was just going, "Are you fucking joking?" Because that guy was. Anyways, I was never able to beat him as a kid because every time I would get close to beating him and then die, it would never trigger Mickey. It would always trigger Shadow Sora, and I would inevitably just kill myself with Shadow Sora.
Yeah, I had like I never got Shadow Sora respawning. I always got Shadow Sora while trying to go into Valor form.
That he also does that. I honestly want to say Shadow Sora can just trigger for any form you try to turn into, which includes Mickey. So here's the thing. That's already a very screwy system, right, Pink?
Right.
So the re-releases and remasters and remakes of Kingdom Hearts 2, several of them added new forms. So if you play the latest modern versions of Kingdom Hearts 2, there's like a solid 2 or 3 more forms Sora can turn into to worry about. One of them turns the regular, and they're all Super Saiyan, right? It's Super Saiyan. It's anime tropes. Tetsuya Nomura turned Kingdom Hearts full anime as the series went on.
Yeah.
And Super Saiyan 1 has a very good chance in the remasters, remakes, whatever, to instead just turn into original Sora, who is just Kingdom Hearts 1 Sora. Which is really not that much of a power upgrade.
Yeah, and
but
yeah.
Here's really screwy thing is that each of the forms have their own separate RPG leveling trees, separate from regular Sora, who you are playing 90% of the time. Leveling up those trees don't actually make the forms any more powerful, really. It gives some of their abilities to regular Sora. And the ability to dodge roll. The ability to dodge roll, among many there are loads of unlockable moves in Kingdom Hearts 1 that are super important, but dodge roll, more than anything else, is attached to one of the forms. You have to level up original Sora form to unlock the ability to dodge, a move which in any other beat-em-up type game is a fundamental button that you would just start with.
Yeah.
And you have to level up original form Sora to do it, which for Addy was not a problem, but for me it was, because again...
No, it was a problem for me. I never got dodge roll.
Well, it because original form triggers by the same means that Valor and Shadow Sora do. So I was never able to get original form, like barely ever, when I played through Kingdom Hearts 2 again a couple years ago.
Yeah, like I got
And to
original.
put things
Yeah, go ahead.
also in perspective, Addy, you would know this better than I because you've played through the game a hell of a lot more recently than I have, though I do intend to play through it again soon. Is that, correct me if I'm wrong, isn't gliding attached to one of the later forms?
I wouldn't know because I never I didn't use the forms for 90% of the game.
Which in Kingdom Hearts 1, gliding is one of the most important moves you can learn because there are loads of puzzle items and shit attached to it. And I remember being quite mad because I 100%ed Kingdom Hearts 1, and I was not able to 100% Kingdom Hearts 2 because I was never able to get that form up to where I could unlock Glide. So there were loads of collectibles that I could just see were out of my reach.
Yeah, not only that, but high jump is attached to one of the forms. I know this because I accidentally unlocked it once.
Yeah.
No upgrades, just normal as high jump. Not high jump level 2, not high jump level 3, just normal as high jump.
Also, let's put in perspective for Pink because he's not going to know about this either. In Kingdom Hearts 1, you unlock all these moves that we've talked about, vital movement abilities and stuff. Oh, yeah, did I forget? I forgot also, not only do you need to unlock the ability to dodge, you also need to unlock the ability to block. Though I don't believe that's as hard to unlock in Kingdom Hearts 2.
You don't need to unlock it in Kingdom Hearts 2, that comes pre-installed.
Okay, Kingdom Hearts 1, you have to unlock it. And the abilities you get, basic movement abilities and such that you get in Kingdom Hearts 1, depend on whether or not at the start of the game you chose sword, shield, or magic wand in your dreams. So if you chose shield, then like the first ability you're going to get as soon as you level up to like level 2 is the ability to block. If you chose sword, you'll get like dodge roll. If you chose magic wand, you don't get any abilities, it just buffs your magic powers.
Okay.
The magic powers you don't have yet, by the way.
Yes.
Nice.
Kingdom Hearts 1 came out. Oh yeah, that's another thing. If you chose wand, you get fucked hard in the first 2 or 3 levels because Sora doesn't pick up a spell until like way after the tutorial. And I believe I chose the magic wand when I was playing Kingdom Hearts 1 for the first time as a little kid, which meant that for a lot of this opening stretch of Kingdom Hearts 1, I just had to let Donald and Goofy do all the work. With credit where credit is due, Kingdom Hearts has really good party members. There are a lot of times where they will do all the work. As a matter of fact, Kingdom Hearts 1 is kind of notorious for the fact that it is possible to build Goofy in such a way where Goofy can solo all the bosses for you.
I like this.
Let me solo her.
Which is legitimately like, okay, Goofy, notorious, dumb, silly Disney dog, badass of space and time.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Is like in Kingdom Hearts 1, my experience with the team is that in Kingdom Hearts 1, we were the three Stooges, and then in Kingdom Hearts 2, Goofy became Captain America, Donald became Merlin, and Sora is a Beyblade.
Donald got a big buff going into Kingdom Hearts 2 because he was notoriously kind of weak in Kingdom Hearts 1.
Yeah, he did die a lot.
He dies a lot. With that said, that is partly player error because you can go into this party menu and tell Donald, okay, Donald, hang back, do not be too aggressive, try to avoid using this spell, go towards this spell, and if you do tell Donald's AI the right things to do, he becomes a lot more useful.
Yeah, I did figure that out eventually, but also it's not even just like try to avoid this spell, go towards that spell. That's Kingdom Hearts 2. No, in Kingdom Hearts 1 is just, alright, Donald, please stop attacking, try to do more defensive stuff. Also heal, for fuck's sake.
Yes.
And then also please don't just throw the potions on Goofy when he has like taken 1 chip damage.
Yes, Donald is notorious for the fact that he, despite being the party mage, is very conservative with his heal spells and very liberal with his aggressive offense spells.
Yeah. I forget. Hasn't it been confirmed that Donald is like one of the strongest red mages in Final Fantasy?
In Kingdom Hearts 3, he casts a spell that in Final Fantasy has a history of killing its users, and
So yeah,
Donald is able to cast it with only and it only knocks him out. It doesn't kill him.
nice. Shit.
Which I do want to go ahead and say, I don't remember for certain, but there are several. I believe Kingdom Hearts is one of those games that there are people who love it dearly, dearly, dearly. And so there are elements to it that people have got down to a science. And Kingdom Hearts 1, I want to say there is, for every guest party member, some of them are considered just straight up bad. I don't remember which ones. There are some that are considered must have. And I want to say in Kingdom Hearts 1, for every guest party member they say to take, only one of them do they say, okay, take this guy instead of Goofy. But other than that, all of them, it's like, take this guy instead of Donald.
Which is funny because I did it the other way around. I would always like whenever I had to take someone for like in Kingdom Hearts 1 when I had to take Aladdin for the one time where I couldn't advance to that Aladdin. I left Goofy behind because I was like, well, Donald can heal.
I think you missed out on a lot of stuff by not doing not doing the guest party members. I definitely want to say that Ariel is really good in the underwater world. I want to say she's considered fantastic.
All right. So speaking of Atlanta, my favorite Kingdom was Atlanta.
Georgia.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of people say that it's the worst, and I can see the argument, but also, fucking Neverland is right there. Not even early Neverland, like Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2 Neverland, whatever. Kingdom Hearts 1 Neverland more so than 2, but like fucking the later on Neverland just becomes such a fucking staple that I can't stand it anymore. I'm just so fucking tired of Peter Pan's face and his assholeish demeanor.
Yeah, Peter Pan's a bit rough. I do not remember Neverland being a world in Kingdom Hearts 2.
I don't remember. Peter Pan was a summon. Oh yeah, no, Neverland wasn't in Kingdom Hearts 2. That the Pirates of the Caribbean thing took it over, and then you can find Peter Pan in a shipwreck.
Yeah.
But yeah, like after that, in Birth by Sleep, to close out everyone's story, you have to go to Neverland, and Neverland has harder enemies, like harder basic enemies than the final area for everyone.
I mean, that kind of, to a certain degree, that's kind of an RPG thing. Like, I want to say Kingdom Hearts 1, aren't a lot of the enemies in Hollow Bastion a lot more brutal than the stuff you'll actually encounter in the end of the world?
I didn't notice if it was that way. The thing I noticed is that I fucking hated fighting Chernobog and final stage Ansem North. Like I don't know what it is, but all of the giant bosses in Kingdom Hearts 1 just stalked to me.
I actually Ansem I thought was pretty annoying when he's got his like, I am now a big meat ship, hit my parts that are mean, which is so inexplicable for Pink, but Addy, you know what I'm talking about.
Yes.
Chernobog I thought was awesome and one of the best bosses in the series.
I mean, out of the giant ones, Chernobog was the best. Ursula was a lot more boring, and then fucking Ansem North. Like after a while, Ansem North just decides to cast laser on you, just constantly, pretty much. And I had to leave the boss fight, and then get all of the box dogs so that I wouldn't fucking die to lasers in the second he looks at me, which was great. I love having to do. I love having mandatory side fetch quests.
You know, the 99 Dalmatians are not nearly as bad as you think they would be.
I mean, I got 50 of them, just going through the game normally. But it's still a thing of
Yeah.
it wasn't as bad as it could have been. But also, why did I still have to do it? It's side content, for fuck's sake.
I mean, RPGs near always have really fun rewards for side quests. Kingdom Hearts 1 I thought was generally pretty good about side quests. The 99 Dalmatians sound a lot more hellish until you realize you get them in instances of 3. So that makes it a lot more tolerable. Then it's not actually the 99 Dalmatians, it's actually the 33 Dalmatians.
Oh, that's not so bad.
And a lot of them are in very obvious places.
Yeah.
I want to say that the only really difficult Dalmatian hiding spots are all in Traverse Town, aren't they?
I don't think so. Like all the ones in Traverse Town are just like, all right, so you get this color Trinity. You go there, press the Trinity button. All right, dog.
Yeah.
Like I had more trouble with the ones in Hollow Bastion just because it took me like fucking half an hour to figure out that you need to press Gravira or whatever, cast Gravira on the floating boxes.
By the way, how much trouble did you have with the stretch of Hollow Bastion where you're unarmed and entirely reliant on Beast?
I mean, it could have been better, but it was fine.
When I was a little kid, that was where I got stuck in Kingdom Hearts 1. I was never able to get past that as a kid.
I mean, I might have gotten lucky because I just pretty much just guided people and then cast magic. Because if I remember, I could still do that, but I forget.
You can.
So yeah,
Though
like,
I want to say as
yeah.
a little kid, I'd actually done very little magic casting, so I was just lost.
Oh, I did. I pretty much only used magic casting to cast Karaga, and then also in that beast section, because like the magic is fine, but I could just I could Dark Souls my way out of the game for the most part. So I was like, well, whatever. I don't really need this. It's just there. It's apt.
But shooting fireballs out of your sword is cool.
It's a fucking key. It looks dumb anyway. I mean, I see that in Dream Drop Distance has a key that I really like. That I would need to look up a picture of to actually show y'all. But yeah,
Most of them are a little over-designed, aren't they?
yes. I mean, Xehanort's. Do you remember Xehanort's key? Have you even seen Xehanort's key?
Everything about him is over-designed.
I mean, that's the whole series, though. Like, look at the fucking logo for the first game. The series identity is over-designed. Let's see, because I don't remember the name of it, so I'm gonna have to look it up this way. But yeah, there's a keyblade you get for Traverse Town in Dream Not Distance, and I really like the design in the game. But I'm gonna have to actually look at like a render of it to see if I like it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's fine.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how fine is it?
7.
That's fine.
Oh, it's edgy. Oh boy, that's edgy.
What is this thing called? Doesn't say. It's something like a fucking beat. Does it say everywhere? Or anywhere, rather. No. Cool. Anyway. So yeah. The Dream Drop Distance also, like, Dream Drop Distance has, like, the design aesthetic that I like, which is to say, kind of fucking just as radio, but not really. Like, the Dream Drop Distance Sora design is taking both of his designs and kind of merging them. And I sort of appreciate that. There's that.
Oh, I don't like that at all.
I like it. I like the highlights, the white highlights.
The white highlights are all right, but he's got that on all of his costumes. I hate the white X on his chest. That's terrible.
that's
Also-
fucking yeah.
Also, black jacket on red pants and yellow shoes.
Yeah, I've never liked the yellow shoes.
I'm fine. I like the yellow shoes because that's supposed to be goofy Mickey Mouse shoes. But it looked better with the Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2 outfit.
Did he have it? I don't think he had the yellow shoes with the Kingdom Hearts 2 outfit.
Yes, he did.
I'm looking it up. No, he had black shoes.
He did?
Yes.
That's some blasphemy right there.
There's Kingdom Hearts 2.
Seriously.
There's Kingdom Hearts 2, Sora. In theory, it's still loading on my end. And I'm the one who sent the picture. Like it had
Didn't load.
Alright, let me find a different picture because this one doesn't want to. But yeah, it had yellow accents. Like it was the inverse of this shoe. There you go. Like I'm fine with that because
that
yeah, go ahead.
I count that as still being a yellow shoe, though.
I don't. It's mainly black. It's yellow on black. It's instead of like black on yellow, like the Dream Drop Distance one, or fully yellow like his original one.
There's nothing I find sillier than Kingdom Hearts 2 trying to be edgier and putting Sora in a black outfit, but he's still Sora, so he's still Mr. Wholesome Man.
I mean, I like Kingdom Hearts 2's design better just because, well, fucking my color scheme, of course I do. But but I think it's also tied together better, and also he doesn't have the weird fucking zipper going down his entire body.
I mean, the zipper's happening no matter what, because this is Tekken Nomura we're talking about.
But yes, but the zipper is not visible on this outfit or the Distance one. He actually put on pants instead of having a onesie.
Unbelievable.
But yeah, like the yellow definitely works better with the Kingdom Hearts 2 design because there's yellow in the belts. All 15 of them on his legs.
I mean, nothing's going to get worse than Donald's design in Kingdom Hearts 2, where he's got a zipper on his fucking hat.
I was going to bring that up. Like they have like that's their battle costumes, and then they have normal medieval outfits when they're just around Mickey, and the normal medieval outfits look fucking terrible. Like they look more actually like they look more character appropriate, but they look fucking terrible in context.
I don't remember having a particular issue with them.
They're just very boring. And like by the time that they introduce those designs, I'm just like, you know, that's boring is not what I want out of the game. Not anymore.
Well, compared to their usual outfits, boring's pretty good. Oh dear God. Okay,
What?
so I'm installing 1.5 plus 2.5 remix right now, which is apparently the version I have. I don't know. I know they came out with 3 more remakes or remasters
They didn't.
in the meantime.
They didn't. That's 1.5 but fuck 1.5 and 2.5 is Kingdom Hearts 1 through recoded.
It doesn't have 3D. It doesn't have 3D.
No, and then Kingdom Hearts 2.8 has 3D, the 0.2, and then the movie I'm watching right now.
Yes, but it doesn't come with Kingdom Hearts 1 or Birth by Chain of Memories, right?
Yes, skip Chain of Memories. I am telling you right now, skip Chain of Memories. It's not worth your time. Watch the if you want.
Memory.
What?
I'm not going back for Chain of Memories. Good God. Like I anytime I go back to Kingdom Hearts, it is a routine of I play through Kingdom Hearts 1 and I'm like, wow, Kingdom Hearts 1 really good. I play through Kingdom Hearts 2 and I go, Kingdom Hearts 2 still pretty good, but boy, the cracks are starting to show. And then every time I start Birth by Sleep, I'm like, yeah, this is all right, but I never stick with it because Birth by Sleep is when you are fully into the Tetsuya Nomura has gone off his tits with lore territory.
All right, I posted the pictures of Donald and Goofy. What the fuck? Why is Donald not showing up? Fuck's sake.
The belt on Goofy and the sleeveless look, I think, is too much. But I dig the helmet, the gauntlets, and the big Goofy greaves. I like that Donald hat. I like that Donald hat a lot. It's kind of like a classic wizard hat.
I don't, because it's a classic wizard hat. I like the fucking the usual over designed outfits that they have because it's their normal outfit, but also anime. And I'm just like, yes. You're standing next to fucking you're standing next to Sora. That's the way you're supposed to look. Like
Sora is always too much a bit with. I mean, to me, like the best Sora design will always still be Kingdom Hearts 1, and that one's not too bad. He's got the pocket chain, which is a bit much, but other than that. But I'm looking at the art that they put on the PlayStation home screen for 1.5 plus 2.5. And they have the classic Kingdom Hearts 1 design for Sora, and he's standing next to what I'm pretty certain are the 2 designs for Donald and Goofy. And I've now noticed Donald does not have one zipper on his hat.
He has 2.
He has 3.
But like also consider like these designs for Donald and Goofy are standing next to this fucking Mickey. And like, no, that doesn't fucking work.
It's illegal.
That Mickey is Kingdom Hearts 3 Mickey.
Well, all right, let me find it. It's this Mickey. Not much different. He just gets a fucking jacket.
Mickey, you don't get to see what Mickey looks like when he's actually sitting around as a king.
No, you do. You do later. And this is the outfit that they use for.
You might later in Kingdom Hearts 3, but I don't care about whatever Kingdom Hearts 3 designed Mickey to look like because Tetsuya Nomura again had fully gone crazy by that point.
No, not in Kingdom Hearts 3. In pretty much everything after fucking whatchamacallit, Birth by Sleep, they show Mickey and Goofy and Donald just lazing around. Goofy and Donald have those designs that I posted. Mickey has the fucking Kingdom Hearts 2 Keyblade wielder design still. And it clashes very hard. Like, they should have just used fucking Donald and Goofy's battle outfits, which they apparently are because every time they go into battle, they change into that.
That is not the problem. That is not the problem. The problem is they shouldn't have given Mickey such a stupid design. The problem is not that Mickey and Goofy have less stupid designs. The problem is that Mickey has more of a stupid design.
But the more stupid design fits with the rest of the series, so they might as well just fucking stick with that.
Sora looks goofy in every Disney World he goes into because the Disney characters have classic designs and Sora looks like Zipper Man.
And I like that. It shows that he's an Outworlder.
Okay. There we go. You can just say I like the silly Zipper design. There you go. But if you want to say it bad that there ain't more zippers on the other guys, that's a different question.
I mean, I didn't say that these designs are bad. I said that I don't like them. So.
Okay, whatever. Let's just move on from the goddamn zipper. On to the next topic from zippers. Belts.
Belts.
Okay, belts, they're not quite so bad. Belts, it will never be worse than Lulu's design in Final Fantasy X.
Isn't her whole outfit belts?
Yes, she is wearing a dress made out of belt.
Nice. But yeah, so can I actually like fucking finish talking about Kingdom Hearts so we can move on to a different topic?
Yeah, that's fine.
There's a chance that this is a wrestling type talk where we could keep doing this for hours and hours because I could keep asking you questions about individual gameplay elements.
Yeah.
Like you have no idea how bad it would be if either of you guys ever played through Dead Rising 1 or let's say Total War. Like, Pink, you are lucky that I was not here when Addy really got started playing Bloodborne because I could have asked him 1,000,001 questions.
So yeah.
That's your number one motivator not to play Dead Rising or Total War is because it's like, oh my god, Alex will never shut up on the podcast if I do.
No, it's not that you won't shut up. It's that the longer we continue, we get further from just talking about the games, and then you will complain about how much we talked about the Kingdom Hearts when we just talk about fucking zippers.
Hey, I like Kingdom Hearts. I don't care if I talk for hours. I'm an asshole.
But yeah, Kingdom Hearts. I really liked Kingdom Hearts 1. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, good God, how long do we spend on wrestling some weeks?
Yeah, about an hour. Like legitimately,
Honestly,
about an hour.
I don't think like this is going to be a little thing. Not. I think that having the big hour-long discussions isn't a problem as long as it's something that multiple people care about. I think it does get annoying, and I'm very guilty of this myself at several points. I think it does get annoying, though, when it's something that only one person cares about, and they just talk at length about it while everyone else goes, yeah? Uh-huh? Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh. Ah. Oh, I know that. Anyways, speaking of Kingdom Hearts 2, I get stuck on some things. There are just some gameplay things I get stuck on, and I'm a sucker for guest party members. But did Kingdom Hearts 2 have as strong as Kingdom Hearts 1 the instances of some guest party members are really fucking good, some are really fucking terrible?
I don't know because I used fucking Donald and Goofy whenever I could.
Oh, Jesus. What's wrong with you?
I like Donald and Goofy. And I like that Donald yelling funnily in my ears.
Oh. By the way, you notice the thing that everybody says that Donald gets less comprehensible with each game?
Yes. Kind of, yes.
I don't understand him in Kingdom Hearts 1, but by the time of Kingdom Hearts 2, he's already got like half his dialogue and just.
I mean, the best one is there's a line that he says in Kingdom Hearts 2, and I don't know what he's supposed to be saying, but I swear he's saying something like "I'll fuck him" while he's casting thunder.
Oh, well, gosh, Donald, don't you think I should be rearing it back a little bit?
I can't do a Donald impression. Fuck. Fuck you, Goofy. I don't know. Just whatever. You need a high growl for Donald, and I can only do a low one.
My Donald's a little too close to Gollum.
So yeah. Anyway. What was I going to say?
Now that's a good question.
Yeah, like the. Shit. So yeah, I liked Kingdom Hearts 1, but I felt like there were parts that they could adapt on. Then I played Chain of Memories and I haven't know. I just don't know. then I watched 358 over 2 days because you can only watch that game. It's not playable. It's a movie. And then
yeah, because it would be too cool to be. It would be too cool to actually get to play as the Organization 13 members.
Yeah. I mean, the bigger problem is, from what I remember, because I did actually play the original game for like 2 hours before the game just became a fucking exposition dump. Well, before the game became too much of an exposition dump for me to handle when I could barely speak English. Anyway,
Well, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but that game set out seemingly with the goal of, okay, this is Roxas's game. But the longer it goes on, the more you're like, no, this is Shion's game.
that's on purpose. That's a story element, yes. But
Oh,
yeah,
Jesus.
yeah. So, like, from what I remember, most of that game was just like pretty much just fetch quests. Like, the missions that you do in Kingdom Hearts 2, where it's just like, all right, go into the menu, press I will do this mission, and then get teleported to fight 3 Heartless, and then go back to the mission start.
I do not remember that, but okay.
It had those.
What
like,
you were describing for Kingdom Hearts 1 arena game.
they did use it for the arena in both of the games, but they also had parts where like I wanna say in the flashback area, which is Timeless Liver. There we go. They had those parts where you had to go walk into the screen and then it would teleport you to do a mission and stuff like that.
Yes.
Like,
Those were really cool, yeah.
Yeah, that was the whole game. That is all of 258 over 2 days. It was just,
yeah, it's mission mode.
Yeah. And so like if you it's one of those things where like the battling, I don't remember how the battling was, but like if you didn't like the battling, oh boy, battling's all you did.
If you don't like the gameplay of this game, you're in for a bad time. Really?
Oh boy.
But I mean, there's different. Yeah, go ahead.
I know you want to hit the broad strokes of this game and try to avoid getting stuck in the details, but I got to ask real quick because it's such a vital element of the game to me. Did you play through the complete Coliseum stuff in Kingdom Hearts 1?
After facing Ansem for the first time, I did not want to try Sephiroth.
You have missed out on one of the most vital, most defining experiences of the game.
I know.
You
I'm
also
aware.
missed out. You also missed out on a very awesome Hades boss fight.
Yeah, I put that on the list of like shit I will hit once I come back to the series, because like for now I want to go through the series and just see what it is, and then once I'm done, I will probably take a short break because I've spent the last 2 weeks playing nothing but Kingdom Hearts, for fuck's sake, and then return.
Kingdom Hearts 1 to me has very fun gameplay, so I really love the in-game stuff because Kingdom Hearts 1 is a great example of a game that is beatable. But if you are sitting there like, okay, I want you to throw some ball busters at me, you don't have to beat the ball busters, but they're there and they're waiting for you.
Yeah. Like Kingdom Hearts, like, as I've said, I enjoyed Kingdom Hearts 1 a lot. And then for me, Kingdom Hearts 2 improved on pretty much every part. So like, because the Kingdom Hearts 2's combat, for example, added things with like the things you called QTEs, which some of them were, and those ones sucked. But a lot of them was just like, hey, here's this maneuver that you can't do normally, but because this enemy is on the screen, you can't do it. And
yeah,
it's
weird they used it for QTEs and boss fights, but there are a lot of enemies that's like kind of like God of War grabs, right?
Yeah, and like, I liked all of the additional mechanics that they added through that. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just saying, like, those certain times in God of War where it's like, sweet, I love that enemy because I can use him to kill his friends. It's great.
Yes, and to me, a lot of what Kingdom Hearts 2 brought to the gameplay side, to the fighting at least, was that it was just the here's an enemy that you can press triangle on, and doing triangle will do something that you can't normally do, but will allow you to do it because you're facing this guy.
Yes.
And I thought that was fucking awesome. Like I will. Yeah, go ahead.
Like, correct me if I'm wrong. There are some enemies that, when they're weakened, you can ride them around or use them as a weapon and so on. Right?
Yes. Like the
So you can
one
do-
of the late game enemies is a guy with a sword. He's an early game enemy too, but he's mostly a late game enemy. A guy with a sword. You beat him up. He drops his sword. He gets another sword out from his back. Cause fuck you, I guess. He can just pick up the sword, and the sword sucks people in. And if it sucked enough people in for you, or if the timer runs out, you get to do a thing that pretty much kills everything in one hit.
Yeah.
And stuff like I like stuff like that because it's a
So
lot for go ahead.
it's always good when a game allows you to engage in the classic beat a motherfucker with another motherfucker routine.
Yeah. And like the story, I mean, I like the setups and stuff that they go ahead.
Am I remembering correctly? Isn't there in Steamboat Willie World? Isn't there like a cartoon car enemy that tries to run you over, and you can drive him when he gets at low health?
I never got to drive him. If you do, because it was either they were invincible and running me over, or Goofy fucking spinning pod drove them and they're dead.
By the way, I gotta again. I know you don't want to get lost on the details, but isn't Steamboat Willie World the one that when you get to it in Kingdom Hearts 2, it's like I didn't realize I wanted this world, but this is amazing.
Yes, there's a couple of those couple of those like low cuts or whatever you want to call them, in the entire series so far. But that's the first one that they were like, all right, so here's this thing that you never heard of. You needed this.
100 Acre Wood in each game.
I didn't like 100 Acre Wood in either games.
What?
It's so delightful.
It's Pooh Bear.
Like, not only is it Pooh Bear, I need to put things in perspective for Hank. So Kingdom Hearts has an on-screen like combat UI that's like, even though it's live action. No, even though you're fighting in real time, it's not your turn-based Final Fantasy battles. It's still you've got a menu on screen that's like attack, magic, summon, and when you're in 100 Acre Wood, the UI censors itself. So attack gets turned into hit and stuff and so on. There's no attacking in Pooh Bear. You're just hitting it.
Yeah.
But yeah, like
And
so yeah, go ahead.
it's just so great every time because Sora goes through so many worlds where it's like kill the big monster, and you get to 100 Acre Wood, and the issue is, oh no, Pooh lost the carrots he was going to go to give to Master Rabbit. Go help him. And Sora every time is almost like it took a load off his back, like, oh, thank God.
Yeah, I liked it too when you go into the book, and Pooh doesn't remember Sora, and so Sora acts like it's the most like fucking it's like the worst thing that's happened to him that Pooh doesn't remember him. Meanwhile, by the way, the fucking apocalypse is happening outside of the book. but,
Yeah.
But it's fine.
Sora takes all the Disney so seriously.
Yeah, I love Sora as a protagonist. I like how aloof he is. Like he works really well with Riku because Riku is very awkward in the later games. Once they try to redeem him, he's very awkward, and Sora just acts so fucking goofy around him that it really works for both of them.
Sora is. It's difficult to do an earnest, likable, just optimistic hero, especially nowadays. But Sora succeeds really well at that.
Yes.
Which, of course, like even gets turned kind of grim in some moments, like in Kingdom Hearts 1, when they just explain to Sora, yeah, sorry, Kyrie's dead. She's like, unless someone were to like just give her their heart killing themselves, she's dead. And Sora's just like, oh, okay, then commit seppuku right there while smiling.
I also liked how in Kingdom Hearts 2, like I was surprised when I got to Tron. Well, around the time of Tron, I was surprised.
Oh, Tron World.
I didn't like it for the most part.
Well, again,
Yeah.
it's such a different take from the other worlds, you know.
That is true. I mean, I liked it. I liked it better than fucking whatchamacallit. I liked it better than Pirates of the Caribbean because whenever I was in Pirates of the Caribbean, I was just like, something is off. Help! I need to get out.
Yeah, it's a bit strange that Sora, Goofy, and Donald ordinarily change to match each of the worlds, but Parts of the Caribbean, they're like, we don't really want to make a photorealistic Sora.
But it would have been fucking funny.
Yeah.
But
I mean, Sora would have been the easiest one, just make a teenage boy, but like for Donald and
just
Goofy,
make an actual duck. Goofy stays the same. Goofy is beyond this world.
It's just a dog and a duck they've taped the shield and a magic wand to.
Yes.
And Jack Sparrow is completely nonplussed. This is normal for him.
Yes. And but like I like to imagine that the normal ass duck still has the hat with the three zippers, and the fucking normal dog with the shield taped to it. It still has the green sweater.
I'm imagining Jack sees Donald and Goofy and they talk to him. He just pulls up the bottle of rum he was drinking from and looks at it and squints.
Yeah.
Why
Shit.
is all the rum gone?
But yeah, the story wise, I also like Kingdom Hearts getting more anime doesn't bother me because I'm fucking used to these tropes. Not in the fucking way all of them appear in the same series next to each other, like literally following one another. But you know, that's a small step to make for me because I'm used to this sort of stuff.
It's one thing for it to be like the animeest anime that ever animated, but it's Kingdom Hearts, which means it all exists in close proximity to Disney. And you know, Hercules has not been animated up. It's still Sean Astin Hercules.
And that's part of why I like the world, because it's fucking weird. Like I'm gonna say something very dumb, but the reason Kingdom Hearts works for me, I think, is the fact that it doesn't work. Like there's so much juxtaposition that it flips around to being cool. Like Mickey Mouse talking about, oh no, I need to free this child's soul so that the world won't come to an end. It's fucking funny as shit.
I mean, I think like narratively, there's a lot of fun to being the fish out of water, the off-worlder who comes and fixes everyone's problems. But at the same time, the over-design. I mean, again, this is also partly just going to come down to I just don't like these tropes when they're in anime by itself. But the over-designedness of these costumes, which this isn't just a Kingdom Hearts thing. This isn't just a proximity to Disney thing. If I was just playing Final Fantasy VII and Sora showed up, Sora wouldn't look out of place, but I'd still hate his design, right?
Yeah.
I'm just not at all a fan of that aesthetic, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Meanwhile, I am turning into Nomura, going by his rules. I have accepted him into my heart long ago. So, now, like I think one of the reasons that I like the way Nomura designs Kingdom Hearts characters, and by proxy Final Fantasy characters that really want to be in Kingdom Hearts for some reason, is because this sort of aesthetic is something that was big when I was little, so it's nostalgic to me. Like I don't know if I'd call it good, but it's interesting and weird in a way that's nostalgic to me. Because like you look at this, you look at fucking JoJo, you look at Soul Eater, like they all share the thing that every character is fucking over designed. Not necessarily in the same way, but Soul Eater and Kingdom Hearts are very close. So, and like I definitely know for a fact that that started with the first game, So Nomura is to blame for the fact that I like this.
It's all his fault.
Yeah.
Never forgive him.
But yeah. So where the fuck were we? Bird by Sleep. Yeah, the game's story exists. As we said, it's mostly just Aqua fixing Ventus and Terra's stuff, while Ventus. Okay, so here's when we get into the screwy stuff. Ventus's dark side is Sora, but not really.
What?
So Ventus's dark side is Sora, but actually no. Ventus's dark side looks like Sora does 10 years later. Sora already exists. Vim and Ventus meet through Heart. They meet in the Heart space, where Sora is like, I can see that your heart has been cut up into 5 pieces. You can come and join my heart and just fucking take over my body, I guess. Slowly. So Sora has 4 people in his body. Where I'm at in the story.
They had to retcon the fuck out of that because everyone else, their nobody is identical to their whole self, but then Sora's nobody looks nothing like him.
Yes. So that's why we have Ventus, yes.
And it's a retcon just to deal with the fact that Nomura probably just didn't want to make a new design for whoever Axel was when he was still alive.
Yeah. Lee. His name was Lee. Written Lea.
I can accept that. There are nobody names they have a harder time working around.
Fucking Evan. written I think Evin. Evan.
That's not terrible, honestly.
I mean, Zigbar works because his name was Braig. Oh, I know the one that doesn't work, Syx. Because he was just Issa, I think.
That one's a little bit. That's a little bit rough.
And I don't know. Zexion had a weird name that I don't even remember.
I don't see how he couldn't.
I'm gonna type into Google Zexion real name. We'll see what comes up.
Jesus.
Not Xion. I know Xion. Zexion. The guy with the blue hair, the emo haircut dude. Alright, organization 13 members. Why is she listed here? She was the 14th one. Organization 14 members. Oh, Zexion is written that way. I see.
But why?
Organization 30's real names and nobody names. This is a list that exists. Oh, Ienzo. Zexion was Ienzo.
That's a little bit weird, but I could believe that is an Italian name.
Yeah. I like how. Oh, Xaldin was Dylan. Just normal dude.
Yeah.
Normal dude. All right.
Like you have Braig, Ienzo, fucking Sora, which is an actual Japanese name, but whatever. Fucking who else? Lee, which is an Lea, Issa, and Dylan.
Yeah. Again, well, I was about to say, again, he retconned it in, but then I was like, no, wait, Roxas is clearly just Sora with an X even back then.
Yes. So I was going to say something about Bird by Sleep, but yeah, I don't remember what. It's all right. It's mediocre gameplay wise. Like if you can stomach the actual gameplay, then it's fine. People like it. I think the big thing here is: are you willing to grind to get your cards to the higher levels so they can actually be useful in the later stages? And can you find the good cards, which you do
No.
by playing Mario Party, my favorite Kingdom Hearts game.
What?
Right, I forgot about that. I forgot Birth by Sleep at Mario Party.
Yeah, Bird by Sleep's
I did not need to play this game.
Bird by Sleep's main gameplay mechanics are RPG, fight, Mario Party, mostly Mario Party.
Sounds rad.
So you play Mario Party to get cards that you don't have access to because you don't get money. Like you don't get a lot of money, and either they're not in the shop or they cost too much. So you just play Mario Party for fucking hours on end, and you level up cards and make new cards by molding them together, and fucking stealing them off of Ventus and Terra. If you're spamming the first board like I was.
Right.
And it works fine. Like the Mario Party part works fine for the most part. But also I kind of wish you didn't have to play Mario Party for 5 hours so you can beat a level. You know? Sometimes.
Yeah, that doesn't sound too fun.
And that's pretty much Bird by Sleep. It's not really like it the story it has isn't the most wasn't the most interesting to me, but it did a lot of setup for later. So like whatever, you know, like they explored some characters and stuff like that. Whatever. Dream Drop Distance is what if it took Kingdom Hearts? Oh, by the way, I just need to note. I did also watch Recoded. Recoded was the other DS game that I played. Turns out, Recoded introduces the Animus to Kingdom Hearts.
No!
Dream Drop Distance, the game after it, introduces parkour.
No!
But yeah, Recoded is a game about Mickey Mouse going not only Goofy going into the Animus to see the genetic memories of Sora.
Unbelievable.
Oh, right. After Jesus Christ.
And I'm not going into further detail because it's just Kingdom Hearts 1 and Rechain of Memories. But Maleficent is there sometimes. Not even Maleficent. Pete is there sometimes because he wasn't added to the cast yet by the time of those
Who's
games.
Pete?
Mickey Mouse's nemesis?
Is that true?
No, obviously
Pete.
Mickey Mouse's nemesis is Xehanort.
That makes sense. Checks out.
Mickey Mouse's well-known nemesis, Xehanort. My favorite Disney character.
I had forgotten about Pete.
Okay, I just posted a picture of him. But yeah. So, Dream Drop Distance introduces parkour and monsters. Dream Drop Distance is the weirdest fucking mashup of Pokemon and Digimon with Kingdom Hearts.
Good God.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So, like, I can get why people didn't like the gimmick of the monsters. In fact, I don't like the gimmick of the monsters. But the game was fucking sick in many ways. Not completely.
You are
Yeah.
the first person I've heard say that. Explain.
So,
You are on trial.
Explain yourself, Addy.
the game is like Pokemon in that you can do the interact with your monsters on the lower screen on your DS, which this game was a DS game initially, so they just made it on one screen, but still.
Fair enough.
But it had the thing that you can interact with your monsters and then teach them in the menu and stuff like that, like they do in the newer, or they did in the newer 3DS Pokemon games. And that's pretty much where the Pokemon stops and the Digimon begins. Because
Oh, no.
Because the game is a lot like Digimon World, the first game, or Next Order, which Next Order is a spiritual successor to one. And by the way, none of the Digimon World games are similar, aside from those two. I don't know why.
Okay.
But anyway. So, Dream of Distance is a game where you make monsters, you beat monsters up, you turn them into pieces. As in,
It sounds violent.
you beat them until they become pieces. You pick the pieces up and then form them into different monsters, probably.
They're like Lego.
Yes. These monsters, two of them, are always with you and help you in combat because we don't have Donald or Goofy. The game does have a turn-based battle mechanic if you do the side content. If you don't, which you don't have to, I didn't, then you don't need to actually play fucking the turn-based Pokemon game. You can just play Kingdom Hearts, and instead of Donald and Goofy, it's just a weird fucking bet.
Addy, you didn't have to say that you didn't do the side content. We know.
I mean, hey, I 100% did Ghost of Tsushima when it came out.
I don't think this is Ghost of Tsushima.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, don't get me wrong. It sounds like you like the game. But Ghost of Tsushima, yeah, it was a little bit different there, huh?
Yeah. So the main problems with Dream Drop Distance is that it was built on top of Bird by Sleep, which means that they still have the deck system of attacking and stuff like that, which makes it feel worse to use to me. And also the movement mechanic, the parkour mechanic that they introduced, while novel and fun to use a lot of times, also has times when it gets more in the way than actually useful. For example, the final boss, the actual final boss of the game, if memory serves, can teleport. He constantly does this. He attacks you. Fucking, what's the word I'm looking for? Whatever. Like, he attacks you constantly. He's always teleported, so you can barely hit him. He's always on your ass doing Psycho Crushers from every possible direction.
Oh, that's impressive.
And this would not be a problem. But you see, dodge. If you dodge into a wall, you enter the parkour mechanic, and you can do a dash off of the wall or stuff like that, which is fine for normal gameplay. But you fight this boss in a small ring with walls, with invisible walls, but walls nonetheless. Which means that that the boss has a thing for locking you onto the wall into the parkour mechanic where he still hits you, but you can't block.
Oof.
And that part didn't work out great with the parkour mechanic. No. Otherwise, like with the parkour mechanic specifically, I thought that they had some neat ideas that obviously would need a lot of work to improve it on later iterations, which they seem to have done, considering the stuff that they had in the Bird by Sleep addendum. And yeah, otherwise, like the main problem with the parkour mechanic is, well, once again, this stickiness that you can feel in some of the boss fights, and making them harder to fight, and also the fact that it trivializes movement completely. I barely fought anyone, because why fight people when I can just fly over them?
That's a good question.
And so, in the later games, they seemingly removed they removed the flying part. You can still air dash, and you can still do some parkour, but they're not tied together. And also, you can dash like worth half a level. So that's good. And that was a good change. I agree with that. Like, it's one of those things where, like, imagine what can I really compare it to? Have either of y'all played Spider-Man 1 on the PS1?
No.
No.
Shit. All right, then. What else can I compare it to? Hmm. Okay, then imagine if you hacked PS4 Spider-Man into Arkham Asylum. Like PS4 Spider-Man with all of his movement and all of his and everything else that works on top of the Arkham gameplay mechanics into Arkham Asylum. And that's what Kingdom Hearts Chain of Distance feels like to control movement wise. I can climb all of these walls. I can scale any building as long as there is no what shall we call it, invisible walls on it. Also, the
Yeah,
worlds are kind of small, so I'm just gonna abuse this to not be in the world. uh, and then what else? I like the revisits to Traverse Town. Like Traverse Town and Twilight Town are some of my favorite worlds because they're kind of just cozy nothings, and I don't know why, but I like that about them.
The music is definitely very cozy in Traverse Town.
Yeah, and then
Twilight Town.
yeah.
Remind me, did Twilight Town ever get the citizen? I honestly, it's been so long. I never really went back to Twilight Town in Kingdom Hearts 2, other than when I was forced to. I don't remember. Do the people ever return to Twilight Town?
Now that you say that, I don't remember. I think they do. I feel like during my third revisit, the third fourth revisit, I feel like I remember seeing people in the Sunset Terrace or whatever it's called. Because
It
I
would make more
yeah
sense for them to return. Yeah.
yeah
By the way,
yeah.
I took a look at the trophies, and I don't know how much I 100%ed Kingdom Hearts 1 because I'm not for certain how many of the hidden bosses actually have trophies attached to them, but it says the only hidden boss I beat, I think, is the Ice Titan.
Ah,
And I know for certain I beat Sephiroth at some point, but I was thinking to myself, I actually can't recall beating the other hidden bosses. So, and there's a bunch of other shit I apparently didn't do. I never finished Jiminy Cricket's journal. I think I just did enough to unlock the hidden cutscene at the end of the game if you get, all the Dalmatians and so on.
yeah. Oh, that was so
Okay.
sad. That was so sad in two. For me, because you don't know where the journal is, but to get the secret cutscene, you have to 100% the journal completely.
That is not true anymore. That is not true for 1.5.
What do you mean?
That was true for your
No,
Kingdom
not
Hearts
not
1,
not
but
no,
that's
not no not
1.
not one, not 1, 2. I'm talking about 2.
Okay, 2. Yeah, 2. 2, yeah, I'm fine. That is the case, but I was more or less fine with that one because my understanding is that's just 3 dudes standing around the Keyblade graveyard, right?
Originally it was. Then they remade the entire cutscene for some reason, and now it's just a trailer for Bird by Sleep.
Right, because didn't they add a secret boss in one of the re-releases that is you fight one of those dudes in the Keyblade graveyard?
I don't know. I didn't hear about that, but I'll have to look into it.
Because I definitely fought a good chunk of the hidden bosses in Kingdom Hearts 1 at some point, but I never got around to fighting the hidden bosses in Kingdom Hearts 2 except Sephiroth.
Yeah, and as far as I am aware, Sephiroth is the only hidden boss in 2.
He is not.
All right.
At the very least, there's the dude in the Keyblade graveyard.
Then yeah, I'll have to look into it. Yeah.
Other than that, I have trouble recalling which secret bosses there are in Kingdom Hearts 2. One, I can pretty well perfectly recall Sephiroth, Ice Titan, Kurt Zissa, the Phantom of the Clock Tower. Was there not one more?
I think it was on them 4. I don't remember a 5th one.
I would have to imagine there's more because the Ice Titan's pretty lame. Was there not a hidden boss attached to Hollow Bastion?
I don't remember. It's been a week.
I mean, admittedly,
I don't remember. Yeah.
Admittedly, both Vista and Phantom of the Clock Tower are in pretty weird places.
Yeah.
You would not expect to go back to Agrabah of all the worlds for like, okay, here you go back to find the hidden boss. Really? And it's literally just named Kurt Zissa after the dude who won the
The contest, yeah.
yeah.
But yeah, like in 2 you have to get the you still have to get the 100% of the journal. And it doesn't tell you how long or fucking how much you have, but apparently, and I can't confirm this for sure because I didn't complete the journal, but allegedly in the release you also need to get all of the puzzle pieces, which is when I said, all right, fuck that.
Yeah.
but like I completed 69% of the journal in my playthrough. So if I actually yeah, go ahead.
I just said nice.
But like, if I actually put in the effort to try and get all of the puzzle pieces, then I might have actually gotten to see the Bird by Sleep cinematic instead of fucking looking it up on YouTube. Maybe next time. Or alternatively, I just play it on proud mode. So all I have to do is just beat the game.
Yeah, I'm actually right now starting up another Kingdom Hearts 1 playthrough. I was very tempted to choose Proud, but I decided, okay, if I've never beat the hidden bosses before, I probably don't want to do my first runs against Kurt Zissa. And, well, if I've never beaten Kurt Zissa and Phantom of the Clock Tower before, I probably don't want to have my first tries against them be on Proud mode.
Yeah.
There's something, by the way, there's like I like games that go with unique difficulty names rather than just easy, normal, hard. And I gotta say, one of the best hard mode names has got to be Proud Mode.
Yeah. And
That's a
I
strong
like how
one.
and I like how very hard is critical.
That one's a bit. I don't know. I guess I don't know. Like I guess the critical works as the name because it's like, okay, if you fuck up, it's
Yeah, critical
everything
damage.
is critical. I
Yeah.
guess I can see that. But it's a little bit, English,
Yeah.
It's a little bit like if it had been named like, okay, I was about to jokingly say it would be like if they named it Danger Mode, but I was like, no, actually Danger Mode would be a really cool title for very hard mode.
What was the Samsho 1 speed style? Fucking something like Orgy of Fists or something like that.
I've never heard that.
No, it wasn't Samsho, it was Last Blade. The Last Blade 1 had normal and EX speeds. Normal speed was normal speed. EX was something like Orgy of Fists.
I forgot that when you start the Kingdom Hearts 1 tutorial, it goes, here is your health, here is your MP. Magic is a mystery to you. Which, like, yes, that is true. Sora wouldn't know magic. He's apparently still in the real world at this point. But that's just funny to me that it's like, yeah, that sentence at the start of an RPG, magic is a mystery to you.
You'll figure it out.
It's like you're playing D&D and the DM is directly addressing you.
Yeah. What was I going to say to wrap up on 3D? Like, I can see people's complaints, or I could see what people could complain about in regards to that game, because the story is kind of just, it's just the fucking yeah.
You also have to keep in mind a lot of people would have played through the game for the first time on 3DS, not PS4.
Yeah. But I mean, I feel like that would make things like some of the things that I disliked more easy to swallow, because some of the things that I disliked in both Bird by Sleep and 3D and whatever else, Chain of Memories, is how much it feels like the gameplay is designed around grinding, and grinding is a lot more forgivable if it's a portable game, because you're not supposed to you're not supposed to just play the game and be done with it. You're supposed to be like, all right, I have 20 minutes to go. I'm gonna go grind Heartless in this spot, and then I will save. Like that's that's a different context for how you're supposed to engage with the content, and so it's like Reach of Memories is, in my opinion, unenjoyable in the state it's in, because they kept the balancing stuff or fucking similar to the original, when it's a different context for how you should play. Bird by Sleep and 3D work better because they were less insistent upon it, but you can still feel it. Like if you don't do it, you still feel it.
Yeah.
But yeah. So like that's pretty much what I was going to say, is that like I can see some of the issues. Oh yeah. The new characters. They exist. Well, like, remember when I said Jet Set Radio? Yeah. Apparently they're coming back in 4. Because
of course they are.
Because the best part is those kids don't exist. Like, as far as I'm aware, those kids were made up by Sora. Because
Excellent.
Because the entire game is in Sora's dreams. So, but it's not natural dreams. Like, it's not a Mario wakes up at the end of Mario 2 setup. No, it's Sora is put into a fucking coma, darkness coma by Xehanort. And Riku is there and becomes a Pokemon to save him.
Goodness gracious.
Riku becomes his favorite Pokemon, Lopunny.
No.
It must be done to save Sora. So anyway, that's really point 2 fragmentary passage of Bird by Sleep, which is just an addendum. Like that's the name sucks, but I get it. Like it's not a game. It's not a game. It's an addendum. Like we're not making a sequel to Bird by Sleep. It's just, oh fuck, I need to write this game, or I need to write this part of the game, so the rest of the shit that I wrote makes sense. I need to release this. I need to make this game. The game.
Yeah.
So it's not a full game. It's an addendum. It's a bridge between what happened at the end of Bird by Sleep and what happens in Kingdom Hearts 3 probably. And the gameplay is Kingdom Hearts 3. I'm assuming. I played the demo of Kingdom Hearts 3 like 4 years ago, so I don't remember. But you know.
If memory serves, Aqua featured very prominently in Kingdom Hearts 3's marketing.
Then,
Which,
yeah.
of course, part of the appeal of Kingdom Hearts 3 would be the Birth by Sleep kids get to meet Sora finally.
Everyone meets Sora from what I hear. Everyone.
Yeah.
And
also Tetsuya Nomura forgets that Kairi exists.
I'm kind of used to that. But like, wait, does he? No, he can't completely forget that Kairi exists, because not Kairi, but black hair Kairi is there. Shion.
Yeah.
So in a way,
Tetsuya Nomura deciding he wants to play with new toys instead of old ones isn't exactly a new development in this series, is it?
No. Like, I was fucking surprised. Like, I was going to make a joke about how Kairi is not allowed to be a character, and then the ending of 3D, so it's suddenly like, Kairi, you will get plot events, and she goes, "Ah, okay," and apparently that doesn't go nowhere. But still,
no, it goes fucking nowhere. Because after a certain point, both Tetsuya Nomura and the fan base decided that Sora's true love was Riku.
I am fine with this. It's funny. But like no joking though. There's a scene at the end of 3D where Riku goes back into like Riku and Sora went to sleep to become master Keyblade wielders. Don't question it. It doesn't really make sense. But
Yeah.
they went to sleep to become master Keyblade wielders. Xehanort put the bad juju on Sora, which made his heart dark, and so he got into a coma, a darkness coma. Riku and Sora did the whole mastery exam that they were supposed to, while Xehanort was pulling the strings. So Sora is now trapped in the darkness. Riku wakes up, goes, "Oh shit," and goes into coma Sora's heart.
Hang on, it just occurred to me. So Sora has to take a "I am worthy of wielding the Keyblade" test after having saved the world 3 or 4 times.
No. Riku is supposed to take on "I am worthy of a Keyblade" test because he's supposed to be good now and he wants to. And so Sora argues with Yeltsin that Riku shouldn't have to take it. And Riku's like, "No, it's fine." And Sora goes, "All right, I'll do it with you." And he fails.
Of course.
And he fails. Riku succeeds, but he fails the test.
Of course, because Mark Hamill's an asshole.
Which one of them is Mark Hamill?
Arrakis is Mark Hamill.
Who?
Arrakis.
I don't know who that is.
The Birth by Sleep Kid's master.
Oh, Ericus. Yeah. Yes. Yes, he was an asshole. It's very easy to say just talk, but like genuinely, why did you not just try to explain some of the stuff that you were keeping secret? Maybe it would have solved it. I don't know.
Eh.
That would have been far too simple.
Yeah. But yeah. Oh yeah, and I just want to note as a side note, I enjoy how Zemnis is just the fucking Soul Calibur announcer guy.
Yeah.
I love his voice because every time he speaks, I'm just expecting him to say, "Welcome to the stage of history." But yeah, so Riku dives into Komasora's heart to free him from the darkness. By the way, I also like how Xehanort is there, and he looks at Riku and he goes, just like the Keyblade, we wanted you first, but yeah, you had to go and get on fucking whatchamacallit, shit, like a natural defense to darkness. Like Riku just did the Ninja slowly poison slowly into your system, so you just become immune tactic accidentally. But yeah, so Riku saves Sora. He meets with all of the kids that are inside Sora, and they have a great scene where he meets with Roxas and he goes, "Roxas," and then they talk, and then he meets with Vexus and he goes, "Roxas," and then they talk.
I like it.
Just being really on the nose about the fact that Ventus only exists because Roxas had a different design. But yeah. So after Riku speaks with all of the children inside Sora, including just Ansem the Wise, for no fucking reason. He's also one of the children inside Sora.
Yeah.
After all that, Ansem tells him that Sora, he's already freed Sora by talking with all of the children inside Sora, so he can just leave Sora's heart now, and it'll be fine. Riku wakes up to yeah, whatever, don't question it. Sora woke up while Riku was inside of his heart, and Riku was sleeping. I don't. But anyway, Riku wakes up to Sora, Donald, and Goofy having a tea party. And when Sora sees that Riku woke up, Sora starts fucking flipping out and acting like Riku just returned from the darkness. Like he has a more he has a more genuine happiness in that scene than in Kingdom Hearts 2 when Riku actually shows up for the first time. And like it's to the point where like I expect Riku to go to the fucking to the shop to buy like a bag of milk, and then Sora just jumps on him like a fucking puppy when he comes back from the shop, and it's great. I love it. Like it's a very dumb scene, but I like the things that they do with that it does with the characters. Like I like this is why I like Sora because he's such a big fucking goofy weirdo. And then Riku is awkward and doesn't know what to do. Shit. And then, like
Sora was childhood friends with the Grand Dragon of the KKK.
I talked over you a bit. Could you repeat that?
I forgot that Sora was childhood friends with the Grand Dragon of the KKK.
Shit. And then, like most other Kingdom Hearts games, this one also has a secret, but instead of a secret scene or a secret episode like Bird by Sleep, they have a secret message that you need to you get by collecting letters from the credits. And the secret message is Kingdom Hearts HD will come out. Huh, I say as I'm playing Kingdom Hearts HD.
Oh wow.
Where was I? Oh yeah, the fucking O2 fragmentary passage. I enjoyed it because, but it's complicated. I enjoyed the small things that they did, adapting the gameplay of Bird by Sleep to the more traditional numbered games like gameplay, which like there wasn't a whole lot of difference between the two. That there was enough, as I've said already. There was enough for me to feel the difference and not like the Bird by Sleep gameplay setup as much as I did the other one. So seeing the parts that were neat about the Bird by Sleep gameplay setup and having them just adapted pretty much 1-to-1 into the normal Kingdom Hearts gameplay setup was great. Like it never felt not weird, but it was nice. I liked it. And revisiting those stages was well, even though they were twisted like dark versions of the stages, but whatever. Revisiting the stages, like revisiting pretty much just Aqua's route throughout Bird by Sleep was also a nice nod. Like I get the story reasons of why they did that. Like I get most reasons why they did that because we don't need to come up with new areas and stuff like that. But they still had to remake all of those for Kingdom Hearts 3 or Kingdom Hearts 3's engine. So like, I just appreciate the effort to adapt those areas and stuff like that and just make them, actually like really pop. Because the original game, like the playing through Bird by Sleep, it still looks like a PS2 game because it was on the PSP, which is fine. But seeing the same areas look more or less the same, but also in very high fidelity at the same time, was weird in a nice way. Like I liked it. It wasn't like it didn't go into Uncanny Valley, but it was close.
Yeah.
And then what else can I really say about it? That's about it. And the other one is the one that I'm in the middle of, and then we're not finished until after we're done with the podcast. Is oh yeah, by the way, I need to point this out to Pink because it's very dumb and I hate it. So Pink, you know how every character, every nobody has an X in their name, like Roxas and fucking Axel and whatever.
Yeah.
And Alex, he's a fake nobody. Those X's are not actually X's.
What are they?
Well, you see, they're a reference to this symbol that looks like an X, but one side is straight and the other side is or the other straight part is curved, sort of. And that symbol apparently makes the sound key. This matters because the big MacGuffin that Xehanort is after is the Keyblade, spelled X cross blade. Or whatever, X dash blade.
Yeah.
It's the Keyblade.
I see.
It made for really, really funny dialogue in Bird by Sleep. During the end, where they're like, so you're gonna make some sort of Keyblade? I'm not gonna make any Keyblade. I'm gonna make Keyblade. Alright, good. Thanks. I understood every word.
Yeah.
Like
cool English. English cool language.
Like I get we read the subtitles. I get the dialogue. How the fuck did these people understand each other? Please. I need answers.
They are also reading the subtitles.
Yes. Considering that they were hard baked in, maybe. But yeah, and so like every X that you see, the X on Sora's shirt in Dreamed Out Distance, not an X, that's a key. Because he's been marked for darkness. Fucking what else? I don't know. But yeah, I'm bringing this up because the movie thing that I'm watching is called Kingdom Hearts Key with an X, like backside or something like that.
Yeah.
And it's their mobile game that got taken off the market after like 6 months.
Oops.
Completely reanimated. Well, the story they made for it completely reanimated. It's just a movie. Like the other with 358 over 2 days and recoded, they took pictures of the game, or they took the cutscenes that were in the game and just did stuff around them. They animated a couple of fight scenes from what I could tell, because I don't expect I don't think they would have just a cutscene of Sora fighting Heartless and then just fade out in the normal game.
Probably not.
So I think they animated a couple of cutscenes. Yeah, go ahead.
I said you never know, though.
Yeah, that's true.
So like I think.
So I think they might have made a couple of cutscenes to fill in game the parts where the gameplay was supposed to be in the original games for those. But this one is just completely reanimated. I guess technically it might be Kingdom Hearts 3's engine. I don't know. It looks CG to me, but then like also like with every new generation of consoles and every new release Square makes, we're getting closer to just playing the fucking CG for Final Fantasy VII. So you know.
Yeah.
I don't even know what I could point out, because Final Fantasy VII CG wasn't even that good from what I remember. Like, it didn't hold up.
No, it wasn't.
I know. Every new release, we're getting closer to just playing Advent Children. Considering the gameplay changes they're making to Final Fantasy VII, that is apt.
Yeah, I think the intention, yes.
But yeah. So that is where I am. After this game, I can go on to Kingdom Hearts 3, and I will be done for now. And I'll be back some other day to actually like fucking do the side stuff. Probably. Well, do the side stuff in 1 and 2, definitely. Maybe Dream of Distance, but I'm not so sure about that. I am probably not playing through Bird by Sleep again. Like unless I play through all of the games for like Kingdom Hearts 4 or whatever. If I even want to play Kingdom Hearts 4 after 3, we'll see. Like maybe then. But aside from that, I don't see myself playing Bird by Sleep again. And then
hang on.
Yeah.
So I'm just now noticing something I never noticed before. So in Kingdom Hearts 1, you get experience every time you parry an enemy.
Yeah.
Can I not just sit here and grind in the fucking tutorial by fighting Titus and just constantly parrying all his shit?
You could.
Because I've already got one level off the fucker.
Nice. But yeah, so that's Kingdom Hearts for the most part. Honestly, like after two, like two made like I have weird feelings towards the series because I really like it. I've liked it before, but now that I've actually got to play the games, I actually can I can confidently say that I like the series. Because before now, I didn't didn't play the game. I don't know about the gameplay. And like two is the one that's closest to me. Like one and two are obviously the best in the series, or at least thus far.
Yes.
Two for me.
Well, I
Yeah.
think they still are.
What?
I think they still are. I don't think Kingdom Hearts 3 has changed that fact.
But yeah, probably not. But you know, yeah, I'm leaving space for fucking for error in case I get Northern in 3. in case I also turn into Xehanort.
Yeah, it could happen to you.
I I have fun. Like I kind of want a fucking a twist in Kingdom Hearts 4 to just be Xehanort turns to the camera and reveals that you, the player, has been Xehanort all along.
I knew it.
And it would make sense. They could turn that to make it actually make like canonical sense, and I hate that. Ah, shit.
No, John, you are the Xehanort.
But if he's Xehanort, and I'm Xehanort, and you're Xehanort, how many more Xehanorts are
We're
there?
all Xehanort.
Oh, bloody hell.
Can't believe I've been Norted again.
Yeah. But like two, like, I'm on two minds on two because the parts where I was sort of bored with two, well, you know, I felt it. I was like, well, I kind of wish I could move on to the next world. Because there were some parts where it felt like the worlds dragged on a bit too much, and then the game was like, all right, now go back, go get back in there. But then when the gameplay was working for me, then Kingdom Hearts 2 was probably one of my favorite games of all time. And so like, I don't. How do I feel about this game? If the Kingdom Hearts 1 is a very good constant. It's a constant quality throughout it all. Kingdom Hearts 2 has higher highs and lower lows, in my mind.
Yeah, I would say Kingdom Hearts 1 is... I prefer Kingdom Hearts 1 myself because, for the same reasons you said, it's more consistent. Kingdom Hearts 2 has some of the craziest fight... There are what's the word I'm looking for here? There are set pieces in Kingdom Hearts 2 that are still, like, not topped, you know?
Yeah.
Almost. Like, Kingdom Hearts 2 is up there with Metal Gear Rising and Bayonetta for sheer insanity of some of the fight set pieces.
Yes.
And there's a big part for Kingdom Hearts 2. The gummy ship parts are just so much cooler in Kingdom Hearts 2. They're so much more ambitious.
I mean, not only that, but Kingdom Hearts 1, Gummy Ship is a copy of fucking Star Fox. Kingdom Hearts 2 is a whole ass shoot 'em up. It's a whole ass modern shoot 'em up. Like I played Aster Breed. It's a modern shoot 'em up. It plays 99% the same as the Gummy Ship segments in Kingdom Hearts 2.
Yeah.
Like Kingdom Hearts 2's, like not only that, actually no, Aster Breed has less control, or like in Aster Breed, you have less control over what you do because you can't control the camera. In the Gummy Ship segments, if you play through them enough, or good enough, you unlock the next challenge, which is just play the game with you moving the camera. It's still the same. It's still the same controls, but you control the camera now too. Fuck you. And you know what? That's great. I love that. Like Kingdom, I actually grinded out the Kingdom or the fucking gummy ship segments in Kingdom Hearts 2. Like Kingdom Hearts 2 was one of like
There's some fun stuff attached to the gummy ship stuff in Kingdom Hearts 2.
there's what you cut out.
There's some fun stuff attached to the gummy ship segments in Kingdom Hearts 2.
Yeah, like I attached like 4 Graviras to my ship, so like anything that was in front of me blew up and took like everything that was around it with itself. That was really cool. And once I figured that out, I didn't need to worry about weaponry.
Yeah.
But yeah, and then like Kingdom Hearts 2's like fighting mechanic. It's moment to moment gameplay of here's how you move, here's how you attack, here's what attacking can do, here's the special interactions that you can do with certain enemies and stuff like that. Like that stuff was so much fun that I actually went out of my way to grind, and I don't do that. Like I am the opposite of doing that. So
No, I've actually had the exact opposite. I've done a bit of grinding in Kingdom Hearts 1 because I've enjoyed it. In Kingdom Hearts 2, though, when I got to the part where I kind of needed to grind, I was just like, oh, fuck this.
But that's the thing. I didn't reach a point where I needed to grind because I was just fighting enemies for fun. Like I was just walking back and forth for fun. Because I had a good setup with my magic, and I liked how floaty Sora was for some reason.
Yeah.
And it just all worked out. Like my only regret is that I didn't use the forms at all, pretty much. Like I only use the forms when I had to. Like if I'm when I'm playing through the game again, because I will. I will have to either set the game to higher difficulty to force myself to use the forms more, or just fucking nudge myself to use the forms more because I want to see what they have locked in there. And like it feels like this is a good feeling to have about the game. Where like I played through the game. I played through the game on normal, by the way. Like I played through all of the I played through all of the mainline games or mainline adjacent games. So like 0.2 pretty much. Just it on normal.
Yeah.
I played the other ones on easy because fuck spending time. Like I am not grinding. No. But yeah, so what was I going to say? Shit. Yeah, on normal it didn't feel like 2 is definitely easier than 1 because in 1 there are multiple times when I was like, shit, it's a good thing that I can dodge roll so I won't die immediately. And also, oh shit, like even in normal battles I was like, oh shit, Donald is dead. Goofy is dying. I have 1 hit left. What do I do?
Yeah.
And then in 2, people kind of just dropped dead, and it made sense somewhat narratively, so I was like, okay, fine. But if I'm going back, then I will probably put it on proud mode or something and do my first Sephiroth fight on proud mode because I love pain, I guess.
Sephiroth in Kingdom Hearts 2 is not that difficult.
All right.
There's definitely a feeling of, it's one of those instances where it does kind of fit with the narrative, but Kingdom Hearts 1, it feels like you have to struggle for a lot of the fights. You have to fight hard to win a lot of the time. Kingdom Hearts 2, it kind of starts to feel like Sora has gone from being the plucky young hero to kind of the RPG god who is now just waltzing through any of his new problems.
Yeah, and I like that sort of like, it's one of those things where like I appreciate that there's critical and proud for people who still want to struggle. I like it when gameplay design and story influence each other like this. Like it's sort of
I don't know that it was intended, honestly. I'm not entirely certain that it isn't just they made the game easier.
I mean, it could be by accident, but either which way, like I enjoy when
was like,
yeah.
You got to keep in mind the mid 2000s was generally speaking when video games got a lot easier.
Yeah, that is true. But like I like it when narrative consistencies or whatever you want to call them happen like this, where it's there. Like this is such a video game thing that couldn't happen in stuff like movies or books, where the gameplay can be influenced by the story and vice versa. Like I forget. Oh yeah. It was a presentation ticket technically, but one of the things that I really liked is in 2, during the fight for Hollow Bastion. Donald has his own heal animation because he came up with his own cure spell, if you remember. When Ariat heals,
I do not remember that. No.
Between the 2 games, I don't know, they never explained, but between the 2 games, Donald forgot normal cure and came up with his own, so it has a different animation.
I do not remember that, but okay.
I mean, it doesn't change anything mechanically; it's just different animation. So, you know. But the thing I wanted to bring up about this is during the battle for Hollow Bastion, Yuffie gets knocked down, and Aerith heals her. And when Aerith heals Yuffie, it plays the Kingdom Hearts 1 animation because she's using normal cure.
Eh,
And stuff like that. Like, I love stuff like that. When it's like, oh shit, that's the gameplay thing. That's the gameplay thing that I can do, that I saw.
I gotta skip out for a while because
All
Bo's
right.
going mad.
Yeah, alright.
Pink has finally found his excuse to be free.
Pink will leave to become Xehanort.
He's stepping out into the hall right now and he's telling his family, if any of you motherfuckers ever say the words kingdom or heart, I'm leaving. But yeah, like I love that shit when games do that, when it's like, all right, so here's the stuff that you can do in gameplay. We are going to use this as a cutscene to justify things happening. Like it's a small thing, but it's something that only games can do. And when it happens, That does sound neat,
yeah.
but I honestly played through the entirety of Kingdom Hearts 2 never noticing it, so I don't understand.
I mean, it's just the example that comes to mind to me because I don't know why, but I really popped for that when I saw it. Probably because I spent all of the time trying to figure out. Well, they did call the spell Donald Cure, but I was like, well, they called yeah. But I was
He's
like, well,
so fucking arrogant. He has to name the spell after himself.
yeah. But they also renamed all of the moves that the guys do. So it's not just, you know, it's not just Thunder. It's Donald Thunder, Donald Cure, Donald this, Donald that, Goofy Spin, or Goofy Tornado, or something like that. I forget, stuff like that. So I'm like, okay, they for some reason they made this change to the naming. I don't get why, but all right, I guess I'll go along with it. And then them doing this, like, and I spent the whole game just wondering, like, okay, so why did they change the animation though? Like, why did this need to change? That animation was fine. And then this happening during the fight to me is just, no, Donald just came up with his own fucking spell. Like, people still use the normal cure. It looks the same. Donald just knows his own cure spell now, I guess.
Honestly, it doesn't feel like he forgot it. More likely that Donald just came up with a better one.
I mean, yeah, that's probably the actual reason, but you know, like, to me, the end result is the same.
Donald's supposed to be an
Yeah.
asshole, not an idiot.
Yeah. I also like how during the later games, I actually know that was Chain of Memories, but whatever, that happens during the later games as well a couple of times. Where Donald and Sora are lost, they don't know what's up, and Goofy just starts spouting exposition, and it's right. And
Goofy, because of how Japan perceives high pitched versus low pitched voices, Goofy, while he's an idiot in American media, is usually a smart guy in Japanese media. Because in Japan, having a deep voice doesn't mean you're an idiot; it means you're smart. High pitched voices mean you're an idiot.
but I don't know, because they still treat him like an idiot in the games. So like yeah,
Routinely the smartest member of the Kingdom Hearts team. He solves pretty well all the issues, while Sora and Donald are too idiotic to actually figure anything out.
what I did like when they did that, and they're just like, like both Sora and Donald look at him after he's done just saying the exposition. That's right, and they just go, "Goofy, what?" And Goofy just goes,
Yeah,
uh,
they do that routinely. It's like a recurring trope that they are confused by the fact that Goofy continues to be the wisest member out of them. They expect him to be an idiot, even though he's never really shown any reason for them to think he's an idiot.
I mean, he's shown Donald a reason because in Bird by is it Bird by Sleep? No, it's Zero Distance in 3D. You go back in time again. Well, you don't go back in time. You shit. You go back in time through memories that were implanted into Sora. So you're not really going back into time. In time, you're just remembering things other people remembered.
Yeah.
But anyway, so you go back in time and you meet Mickey before he became king. Well, actually no, yeah, you do that. But yeah, you meet Mickey before he became king. You meet Donald and Goofy and Mickey when they were musketeers and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And during that, Goofy is fucking dumb. Like Goofy is his normal self, which would stand the reason that means that Goofy eventually wised up in the like 10 years between those things happening. Well, no, that would have been more than 10 years, whatever. But like Donald expecting Goofy to be dumb makes sense. Sora never met that Goofy, though.
Yeah. Like, Sora's really the idiot of the bunch, not Goofy.
Yeah. I also like how in the later games they insult each other by saying you're turning into Sora. Some of the characters do. Jokes on them. There's 4 people who are already Sora anyway, and even more who are Xehanort. Shit. But yeah. So once again, to finish out on Kingdom Hearts, like once again, I don't know how I feel about 2 overall, because once again, 1 is overall more consistent. It's good that way. But I enjoyed the highs of 2 a lot more than I enjoyed 1. But then once again, the lows were also a lot lower than 1. So I feel this very complex emotion because or I don't even know. I can't really put my feelings to words because when the game was boring, it was boring. But when it was good, then I would without fucking skipping a beat, I would just say that they overtook the fucking Assassin's Creed Brotherhood for me. Cause like
that would be quite something. Oh,
Cause like there's a lot of things that Assassin's Creed Brotherhood doesn't have that 2 does have when it's good. Like 2 has a lot of variety in gameplay. It has very imaginative fucking set pieces, like you said. It has an interesting combat mechanic. Then that's a big one. So like I don't know how like I might need to play through the game a couple more times to finalize how I feel about it completely. But like having played through 2 once, once again, when it's good, it's probably my second most favorite game of all time after Contra. And when it's bad, I just wish it was whatever world I'm in was over with.
what would you say are the worst world?
Overall in the entire series or just 2?
Let's say just 2, because if we go for the whole series, you're going to list off a lot of worlds I don't know and can't relate.
I mean, the overall for the entire series, I've already said my take. It's Neverland. Comes up too much, not interesting enough. Well, in Kingdom Hearts 1, it's fine. Like I don't mind the clock tower or the ship. It's fine. In later they introduce the actual place Neverland, like the actual world of Neverland, and the layout is I didn't like the layout. I don't like Peter Pan. the character or the movie. So it's it's a thing of like, oh, okay, I get to spend hours fighting very hard enemies with a guy that I don't like in a place that I don't like. Like I don't get why people hate Monstro so much. I didn't get lost once, and I'm known for getting lost in the easiest of places. I got lost in a room in Spider-Man, and I didn't get lost in Monstro somehow.
I have definitely got lost in Monstro before. I don't know that the map layout is inherently confusing by design, but people are not used to navigating the internal organs of a whale.
Yeah,
It isn't generally something we're prepared to do.
yeah. The one time that I had to look at the guide with Monstro was near the end when you have to jump up to the doorway that's above the doorway that you go to find Riku the first time.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the only door that I had to look for. Every other one I just found it immediately.
Yeah.
Like I even took detours to try and find secrets because I looked at the door and I went that one goes towards Riku. But yeah, the worst one in Kingdom Hearts 2 to me is probably Pirates of the Caribbean, just because I don't like sailing or pirates, I guess. One of my mine are pirate themed, but no. The big issue that I had with the Pirates of the Caribbean world was the gimmicks for the enemies that they can only be hit in light, which makes sense for the movie and stuff like that. Like I like how they adapted it somewhat, but it also was a big pain in the ass when Donald would freeze people with thunder in the shade, and then I would have to wait minutes for them to wake up and get out of it.
Yeah, that's annoying, but it's tolerable.
Yeah, I don't know. Like it's annoying, but but like I'm not saying that I hate that world. It is just my least favorite of that game. Like I don't even remember what.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No, the only one that I genuinely like. No, I don't even genuinely hate Neverland. I'm just like, man, I wish I was literally anywhere else. Bless you.
Thank you.
Like fucking put me into the giant Ursula boss fight again. I'll do that like 3 more times instead. At least, at least she's funny because she calls me cringy as fuck while she sucks me in. Uh, but yeah, which was your least favorite? I guess. While we're on the topic,
In one or two.
either. I guess let's say both overall and then in 2 because that's what I did.
Give me just a second to pull
right.
up the trophy list so I can remember which games have which worlds. Just a second. Just a second. It's taking forever to load the trophies.
Yeah, it does that.
Okay. It's because the PlayStation is still put on our satellite internet, and that satellite does not like the new place. It does not like the new place at all. A good thing we were getting 5 put in, huh?
Yeah, nice. But PlayStation does that for me anyway.
I didn't get to get this line in while Punk was here, but I gotta mention I'm on the phone here. I have partly returned, but I have not yet assumed my full power. I'm like Sauron here. I'm partly back, but I haven't yet not only have I not assumed full power, but soon I shall be more powerful than ever.
You're Xehanort. You're here to take over my heart.
I was going with Sauron instead of Xehanort, but sure.
I know, but Xehanort has that scene too, for some fucking reason. When the 13th Xehanorts show up, so does bald Xehanort from the past, and he's like, all right, now I'll take over Sora and be all powerful, and then they stop him, and he goes, fuck it, next time, and goes away.
I like the idea of him fading away as he says, fuck it, next time. Okay. Out of Kingdom Hearts 1's world, yeah, Monstro's a pretty solid contender for worst. No, not worst, but at least favorite. It's just that one out of all the worlds doesn't really stick out. No one. I think even if you like Pinocchio, it's not really an iconic location to be inside the whale.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, neither of the words in Pinocchio got are any good. Like Monstro is in one. In Dreamtop Distance, you get to visit the carnival, and it's better? Question mark. Like honestly, I popped more when I got to Riku's level Pinocchio level. And it was just Monstro again.
Other than Monstro, I'd maybe say Deep Jungle, Tarzan's World in Kingdom Hearts 1. I wasn't so big on. Clayton is a badass final boss fight. He's a tough motherfucker, but he's a badass final boss fight. But other than that, not big on the slides and the vines and the things and the stuff. And I find Deep Jungle's layout very confusing, personally.
Yes, I agree. I got around to it eventually. Like
by the way,
yeah.
would you agree that Clayton's the first really troublesome boss in Kingdom Hearts 1, the first one that will really trip you up?
I don't remember who was before him.
Well, let me see. The worlds that come before Deep Jungle are load in. Traverse Town, of course, but the armor can be a bit annoying at first.
Nah.
Not annoying, but a bit troublesome.
I
had
know.
a lot of trouble with the armor before.
I didn't, but then I just kind of crawled up his ass. Like
Wonderland, some people have problems with Queen of Hearts, I believe.
I don't even remember the Queen of Hearts boss.
You have to fight her card soldiers.
Ah, right. Yeah, no, Clayton is the first problematic one, yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
Like
and let's see, for Kingdom Hearts 2, give me a little bit to load up the trophy so I can actually see which worlds there are in Kingdom Hearts 2.
Like Clayton would be a lot more manageable if there wasn't also the chameleon with him.
Yeah, that is definitely true. Clayton, but on his own, is not a problem. It's the Heartless he rides.
Yeah. You load the trophies up. Yeah, go ahead.
For Kingdom Hearts 2, I think I might say Beast's Castle. I wasn't so big on.
Yeah.
The return trip is funny just because who's the member of Organization 13 that fucks with Beast and Beauty?
Lexius, I want to say.
The return trip is funny just because we see Beauty nail him in the balls.
Yeah.
That's one of my favorite. That's one of my favorite little things. It's just like, yes, the grand scheming villain here, and Beauty just fucking nut shots him hard.
It's not Lexius, but whatever. Yeah, that scene was great. Like I liked how they have the usual setup of, oh no, he's holding both of the things that the Beast wants. But he can only get one thing, and I was because of the other games, I was expecting them to just play it straight and just be like, all right, he gets Bell, and then the rose disappears, and I have to follow the Organization 13 guy somewhere else. No, Bell just fucking elbows him in the dick.
Just low blows the Ric Flair style and then runs off with the rose.
Yeah.
And it's so great because that particular Organization 13 member is so cocky up until then, and then just suddenly it's, oh, my fucking balls. Oh.
I kind of wish that one of them just yelled something like, aren't you not supposed to feel anything because you don't have a heart?
I ain't got a heart, but I still got balls.
They also rescued that, by the way. Nobody's have hearts. Well,
of course they do.
But it's complicated. Some no. Well, They retconned it, but not really. They explained the mechanics in more detail, which nearly retconned it. So nobodies don't have hearts, but they still have a connection to their heartless, so they can still feel things. And eventually, they will either want to fill the heart shaped hole that they have with something else, preferably someone else's heart, or they will merge with their heartless again.
Okay, there's two things I gotta say real quick because, like I just said, I'm starting up Kingdom Hearts 1 again, and it's now playing the cutscenes where Donald and Goofy figure out that Mickey's gone. For one thing, I forgot that Pluto appearing and disappearing is so inconsistent in this series.
Yes.
Because Pluto's there for Traverse Town in Kingdom Hearts 1, disappears for 90% of the game, then returns for the final cutscene. And I forgot that they had already modeled in a considerable stretch of Castle Mickey in Kingdom Hearts 1. It's just unplayable space. So there's so much stuff you don't get to see. Like, that's kind of a really obvious cut segment.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot they even had the models for Minnie and what's the name of Donald's girlfriend?
Daisy.
Daisy. I forgot they even had models in for Minnie and Daisy that are never used again.
Was it Luxord? The guy that gets punched in the dick. No,
Luxord is the gambler. I don't think
Yeah.
you fight him there. Not for certain.
no, Luxord had a really fun boss fight in the late game. So no,
Luxord has a fun one, yeah.
Demix.
All
It's
of
Demix.
the Organization
I
13
think.
members have fun boss fights, I think, except Zigbar. Oh, by the way,
Yeah.
I just remembered who the hidden boss fights in Kingdom Hearts 2 are besides Sephiroth.
Yeah.
All of the Organization 13 members that Sora killed in Chain of Memories are hidden boss fights in Kingdom Hearts 2.
Oh, I fought them.
Yeah. I actually never got around to fighting them, so I'll have to play through Kingdom Hearts 2 again to fight them.
They're all fun. Before you face the last one, you remember? Oh, you won't remember him because you didn't fucking pay or watch the Days game. There's a guy named Marluxia. He has a sight and pink hair.
He was the bad guy, too.
The guy what?
He was the bad guy from Chain of Memories, right?
Maybe I don't remember. But you need to like before you do any like, do everyone else before Marluxia. You leave him last, and then just fucking grind. Because Marluxia puts a timer on you, or not a timer. Marluxia puts a combo counter on you, and the combo counter goes as high as many levels you have. And the combo counter ticks down if he hits you.
I see.
And once it reaches 0, you die. Yeah.
They're hidden bosses, so presumably you want to grind before all of them, but
I beat them just going through the game normally, aside from Marluxia. Marluxia is still waiting for me. Because
I mean,
yeah.
With Kingdom Hearts 1, you absolutely cannot fight the Phantom of the Clock Tower until you have some really good time spells on either Sora or Donald.
Yeah, that stuff is why I left it for my left all of that for my second playthrough, because I wanted to just see the story for my first initial playthrough now, and then I will actually go back and take my time having fun and grinding stuff out, and then fight the final boss or the secret bosses.
Yeah.
Like the Organization 13 people I fought because I thought if I beat them, then that gives me like a special Keyblade or something. I don't think it does. But then
it probably gives some kind of reward, even if it is just a special spell.
Yeah.
Or a special wand for Donald.
Oh wait, no, I remember why I did it. Partially, all of the members, every one of them, give you upgrades. So if you beat them, they're like it's like you get an additional item slot, and also Donald and Goofy have more health.
Yeah.
So yeah, that I did it for that because that's useful.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know where we were.
We were talking about least favorite worlds in Kingdom Hearts 2,
Yeah.
which. What did I say? I said something. Let's just assume I said something and move on.
No, you said Deep Jungle for one, and I don't. No, Beast's Castle. You said Beast's Castle.
Yeah.
So neither of us really just fucking despise Atlanta.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with Atlantica personally. I can see where it's annoying for people to have their control scheme changed, but I mean, you better get used to that because you're going to be playing through a considerable stretch of Neverland and Into the World with that control scheme.
Yeah. Like the control scheme for Atlanta in the first game is fine. Like I was fine with it in the first game. The second game, the rhythm game sections, I wouldn't mind that.
Thankfully, side content.
Yeah, what?
I'm pretty sure that in Kingdom Hearts 2, Atlantica is the one world you don't have to finish.
Unless you want to take it to see the secret cutscene. If you want to do the secret
That is-
cutscene, then you have to do Atlantica. But
Isn't Atlantica worth it though, just to hear Donald sing, quote unquote?
yeah, I mean but my issue isn't with the fact that it's a rhythm game. I'm fine with that. Like I'm gonna play Melody of Memories, and I hope that they improved. But fuck, that was fucking rough. Like the first
Yeah.
the first implementation of rhythm games, bad, very bad.
Eh.
They tried again in both Bird by Sleep and Dream Drop Distance. Bird by Sleep, the rhythm game section was fine. It was also completely optional. You didn't need to do it for shit, really, if memory serves. So that was cool. But even if you wanted to, like the rhythm game section was actually tolerable. It made sense. And then the rhythm game sections in Dream Drop Distance were limited to one world. It was a story world, and they were more
Oh.
underwhelming than anything. Like it was imagine if to progress in Yakuza, you had to play through like one section of Bakamitai every couple of fights. Well, no, actually, no. You can do that to do more damage, but you only need to play through like Bakamitai once to go through like a part of Kamurocho. But you can still do Bakamitai to do more damage. But if you do it, you just repeat separate parts of it depending on where you are in Kamurocho. And that's their
Right. Yeah.
that's the rhythm game mechanic in Dream of Distance. Like the Bird by Sleep one was much better. Is all I'm saying.
Eh.
But yeah, I'm hoping that since they made a dedicated rhythm game, I'm hoping that it's better. Maybe. Oh shit!
That's
But
a bold assumption right there, my man.
yeah, and then this just reminded me. Oh yeah, shit! I have to play 3 and then Melody of Memory, and I will probably be lost because I don't have the DLC for 3.
Eh.
Unless I can afford it. In which case, I will see how much I enjoy 3, and I might buy the DLC. But yeah,
Eh.
I guess which one's your favorite world? Or favorite worlds?
Let's see. Kingdom Hearts 1. In Kingdom Hearts 1 could be Hollow Bastion, but I also really like Halloween Town.
Yeah. Those are good answers.
Kingdom Hearts
Yeah.
Kingdom Hearts 2, I like Mickey's Castle a lot. But oh,
Mulan World is pretty neat, though. I'll go with Mickey's Castle for Kingdom Hearts 2.
All right. But as for me, I will go with the entire series. Just because we don't need me to list out a level from every game, and I also couldn't. Because there were dot games where I just didn't really like any of the worlds.
Yeah.
But yeah, overall, I'd say my I have 3 favorites in the entire series, which are the ones that you will probably fucking hate. But I like my favorites are probably Traverse Town, Twilight Town, and The World That Never Was.
I don't have a problem with any of those. I like all three of them. It's just that well, World That Never Was is of course the appeal is the crazy anime bullshit that happens. But like I don't have a problem with Twilight Town, and I love Traverse Town.
Yeah, I wish we could go back to Traverse Town more, just because, Hollow Bastion defines Kingdom Hearts, but to me that's Traverse Town. Like to me, Traverse Town is the one that when I think of Kingdom Hearts levels, I think of Traverse Town because that's where it all begins. Even though that's technically wrong because it begins on Destiny Islands, but fuck Destiny Islands, I guess.
Destiny Islands you can't go back to in its blatant tutorial world. It's not a real world that you can go back to and play things at.
Yeah.
There are no Dalmatians on the Destiny Islands.
Yeah. And like in the first game, Traverse Town is nice. I liked it. It was like it was the right mix of weird Disney stuff and weird anime stuff for Final Fantasy, I guess.
Yeah.
And then
Traverse Town is the one where Disney and Final Fantasy. Traverse Town in Kingdom Hearts 1 is the only world that is explicitly like, here is the mixture of Final Fantasy and Disney. Because other than that, it's just Cloud showing up on Olympus.
Yeah.
And Sephiroth, granted.
Yeah. And then later, in Dreams of Distance. Yeah, go ahead.
And then Kingdom Hearts 2 is the same deal with Hollow Bastion pretty well.
Yeah, although I didn't like Hollow Bastion as much because I don't know why, I just don't like that town as much.
I think it's fun to see Hollow Bastion go from being the base of the bad guys in Kingdom Hearts 1 to the base of the good guys in Kingdom Hearts 2.
Yeah, like I can get that, but and I also get the Lord stuff of restoring Radiant Garden. I'm just like, I just like Traverse Town too much, I guess.
Yeah,
it's really all it comes down to. But then I also like Twilight Town.
The music for Hollow Bastion, when you come back to it in 2, is still pretty desperate and kind of evil sounding, whereas Kingdom Hearts 1, Traverse Town has a very homey music to it.
Yeah, that's probably why I like both that and Twilight Town, because Twilight Town also is just like isn't Twilight Town pretty much just a slightly rearranged version of Traverse Town's music? I don't remember.
I don't know.
But yeah, and then The World That Never Was. All right.
So, world.
Yeah, like I was going to say. So keep in mind, I used to be really into Bleach. Like,
yeah,
the world that never was is just Ichigo's fucking inside. Like, because they used to have these battles in that show where he'd fight himself, and they would show like his heart, I guess, and his heart was just skyscrapers for some reason.
Naturally,
yeah. I mean, it was an inner city battle show then, so I guess that's what he knows. That's what he loves. And so The World That Never Was is just very it's very similar because it is also just skyscrapers for some reason. And they also do some similar scenes that they would do in Bleach. So like yeah, like it is a very anime world. And it is a very around that time that aesthetic that I like. Anime world.
Well, on top of that, it's very much it's boss rush world.
Yeah.
Because how many boss fights are on that map on that level?
Ooh.
It Roxas, and
Zigbar.
then Vigbar, and then Luxord, and then Sykes, I think, and then
Sykes.
Zemnis, and then Zemnis is himself a 3-stage boss fight.
Yeah, and then there's also someone else. The other guy who
And
starts with L.
it kind of runs the gamut. Well, you probably fight Axel at some point there too, because Axel's there all over that game. But it also runs the gamut of boss fight designs, because Roxas is a very straight dual boss fight. There's no gimmicks to him. Just punch it.
Roxas was the hardest boss fight in that game for me.
He's pretty rough. Roxas is just straight duel. Zigbar and Luxord are both kind of very gimmick heavy boss fights. And Sykes is kind of your usual big heavy guy that just does big hits, just dodge the hits and hit him.
Yeah.
And then Zemnis is your cutscene boss fight.
Yeah. Speaking of boss fights, I wanted to bring this up. So, in Dreams of Distance, Riku has a boss fight with young Xehanort. Don't question it. Time travel, memory time travel.
Yeah.
Riku has a boss fight with young Xehanort, and I actually popped for when it happened, because I was not expecting it. So the Xehanort boss fight is mostly what you'd expect. It's Xehanort. He can teleport. He does teleport a lot. He attacks you from the back usually, stuff like that. You get him down to one hit. You hit him for the killing blow. He doesn't die. He has time stop. The game stops.
Yeah.
The game stops. You get a new objective. You use time shift or whatever the hell they call it. I think it's time shift. Use time shift on Xehanort before he stops time. And if you fail, because I failed, you don't have a lot of time to run towards him because you're slowed down because time is stopped.
Yeah.
You run towards him, you fail. Xehanort resets the boss fight. Or at least the game acts like it. Like Xehanort rewinds the boss fight. Everything that's happened. You can see him rewinding it. And then it plays the start cutscene for the fight.
Huh.
And I gotta be thankful they don't actually reset the boss fight. But honestly, if they did, I wouldn't have been mad. That caught me so off guard. It was such a cool moment to stumble onto naturally. That I was like, fuck it. If I have to fight Xehanort again from the beginning, just because he said so, I will do it. It was one of those things where there's a lot of bosses in these games where they feel more annoying than fun to fight, even if they have a neat gimmick, like breaks or whatever. Zigbar.
Yeah.
But there's moments and Xehanort's boss fight, it fucking sucked. It was annoying too. Most of the enemies who can teleport are annoying. You'll find, but regardless, just that one moment of time stop into reverse was so hype.
Yeah.
And they do this with the worst bosses, and I don't know why. Because then you have to fight Ventus, evil Ventus, to save Sora's coma soul. And evil Ventus uses his combos from Birth by Sleep, and then at the end he does the shot lock, which is not a mechanic in this game, but was in Birth by Sleep.
Yeah.
And it's not it's one of those things where if I played these games normally as they came out, this shit wouldn't matter to me. But because I'm playing through the series back to back and going through all of the games in order, just going for the story and stuff like that, I can't help but pop because it's the thing. They paid some attention to do the thing. And I didn't expect them to actually pay attention because it's Square.
Yeah.
So yeah, anyway. I guess that's my week.
All right. My week has been spent moving. There you go.
All right. I guess you can call it a podcast then.
Yeah.
Unless you want to talk more about Kingdom Hearts. It's been 3.5 hours of Kingdom Hearts.
I've noticed.
Shit. Blimey. So yeah.
Obtained mushroom.
What's it do?
What's the last mushroom you've obtained?
1 up. Maybe.
I was going to joke about the drug variety, but then I realized we've had a little bit too many close calls with that already.
Yeah. I was gonna make a joke about taking dick, but I didn't know how to spin it to make it funny. So
Penis.
yeah.
My mushrooms is penis. I wonder what's the highest level someone's got without leaving Destiny Island.
I mean, probably the max level.
What is the max level? Is it 100?
I think it's 999.
Ah, Christ.
Speaking of, you know how in these games they do the tally at the end of the game where they give you like stats.
Yeah.
So in Dream Drop Distance, because of the parkour mechanic and stuff like that, they're like, all right, so here's your most used parkour move, and mine was the one where you get attached to the wall. You know, the one that I complained about you like accidentally using a lot of times. Apparently, I used it so many times that the counter couldn't count that high. It just said 999.
Excellent.
I mean, to be fair, I did fucking abuse it to climb places I wasn't supposed to. But like, you give me a way to scale any wall. What do you expect will happen?
Yeah.
And like the guide that I was reading was like, oh, just do this and that, and you will unlock the way to the treasure. Talking about the treasure that I've already gotten by just fucking sequence breaking apparently by climbing walls.
Yep. Excellent.
I also like when the guides are like, this is also Dream Drop Distance. There's a boss that was pretty much the equivalent of holding forward an attack, if memory serves. I just
lots of those.
Yeah. The guide went out of its way to do this very detailed write up of all of its attacks and how you can avoid them and what you should do when it does this and that. For the boss that you pretty much just need to hold forward and attack. Alright, get to the end boss, which is once again Ventus with his full moveset from Birth by Sleep. Also teleports.
Yep.
Wanna know the write up that the guide gave?
What's that?
Once you reach this part, you will have to face Ventus. Once he is beaten, you will complete the game.
Well, they kind of assume you've already beaten him before, right? Because isn't he a recurring boss?
No. No, you fight Vanitas, which is Ventus's dark side. You fight Vanitas in Birth by Sleep. So like I knew what he was doing because I fought Vanitas in Birth by Sleep. But if I'm only playing Dream Drop Distance, then I don't know who the fuck Vanitas is.
Eh,
And like he actually they know they even made him worse than Vanitas because Vanitas could teleport, but he didn't do it this much for fuck's sake.
eh, eh.
Uh like I'm honestly genuinely very much enjoying this shit. I mean, it makes sense. That's the weirdest part. Like I'm supposedly past the part where it's not supposed to make sense, and it kind of does. I mean, it's very anime. Don't get me wrong, but it makes sense.
Well, you've got to understand. You've got to understand there are a lot of people who don't own portable consoles. So, Birth by Sleep and 3D are both extremely important to the plot. And for a lot of people, they played Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2 on the PS2 and waited a decade for Kingdom Hearts 3 and did not play any of the portable games. Because, again, I said this as soon as I came into this call. You make a game on a portable system and you make it have a non numbered title, people are going to assume that it's a spinoff.
Yeah. Like, you know, I understand
And
that. Although, like, with 2, 2 is the only game that this works with. But, like, if you play 1 and only play 2, 2 narratively somewhat works as long as you're able to accept Roxas for the tutorial. Because then you're experiencing the story of Kingdom Hearts 2 the way Sora did. He doesn't know what the fuck's going on.
kind of.
So, like, that's the only game where that works. It's been 15 years since Kingdom Hearts 2. But still,
Yeah.
like, it's been 15 years and, like, I want to say, like, 14 games, though. It wasn't that much, but still, like, at least 5, I want to say.
Yes.
Like, the people that I don't understand are the people who say, oh, I've played every single Kingdom Hearts game, and they don't make sense. And, like, it depends. Like, do they not make sense in its own or the narrative consistency, or does it not make sense overall? Because overall, sure, like, overall, the narrative consistency and all that is about on par with most shonen anime. But once again, it's on par.
There's a lot.
Yeah, go ahead.
There's a lot of things that the game treats as if they are concepts that we should have a natural understanding of, like heart and shadow and body, that may be things that are just poorly translated from Japanese. But either which way, the game kind of treats you as expecting to understand that there are laws of the heart and laws of shadow and laws of destiny and yada 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 and so on that are not innately understood like the game often treats them as being.
Yeah, that is true. I also saw something that made the games make a lot more sense to me, which was a post saying whenever they say heart, just imagine they're saying soul, because that's what they mean. The heart,
Yes.
heart is Kingdom Hearts' word for soul.
Yes.
And so, like, that made the games make a lot more sense, because, you know, whole stealing souls and whatever, like, that's a concept that's more innately understandable.
Yes. I mean, there's some stuff that's just like Kingdom Hearts is light that, again, the game treats as being like some huge revelation that you understand, but at the same time, it changes everything. And the audience is sitting there like, I don't know. Kingdom Hearts is light, I guess. Shrug.
I just got an idea for a video. I'm not gonna make it. Someone else probably already has, and if not, then they should. But just edit that cutscene, and whenever they show the fucking door, it's just Discord. And then when he said Kingdom Hearts is light, he changes to the light team. uh, I mean, this works with pretty much anything that has a light and a dark team, but whatever. I mean, that's also a thing. Think of like, I can parse the dialogue easier because once again I am used to shonen. I know how to parse information from the lack of it because translation stuff is hard, and I'm like, that's not a joke. Translating stuff is genuinely hard, but that doesn't mean that the end result doesn't sometimes lead things to be desired.
Yeah.
So like when Sora says Kingdom Hearts is light, my brain translates that to Kingdom Hearts is good because light is good and dark is bad. Like
Yes.
and like it's only really treated as a big revelation because right before that, Xehanort spends like 5 minutes talking about how Kingdom Hearts is evil because it's dark.
Yes.
So it's certainly
Which again
yeah.
is some big transcendental information, which is kind of meaningless for the audience.
Yeah, like a lot of the Kingdom Hearts stuff, as in like the one. Like I was going to say, a lot of the Kingdom Hearts stuff makes more sense with the more spin-offs and stuff like that you play, and it does. I understand most concepts except one kind of important one. What the fuck is a Kingdom Hearts? Because
Yes.
you see, in Kingdom Hearts 1, Kingdom Hearts is a door. In Kingdom Hearts 2, Kingdom Hearts is a moon. And my current understanding is Kingdom Hearts is a moon, a heart-shaped moon made of souls. And the reason that it's a door in Kingdom Hearts 1 is because it's locked behind that door, but it's still a moon.
Yes.
But like I had to think about this for it to make sense, and that's probably not great considering Kingdom Hearts is a title. But I don't know.
Yes. It feels like it became irrelevant a long, long time ago.
Yeah. At the end of the day, Kingdom Hearts is the Kingdom Hearts is what I'm
Do not
supposed.
say it's friends made.
No, Kingdom Hearts is what I'm supposed to feel your dark soul with.
Yes.
Like, is it that? I posted that scene to Pink saying this is my summary of Kingdom Hearts. Isn't it apt? Like that one that one scene from Kingdom Hearts from Kingdom Hearts 2, you know. My favorite fucking Final Fantasy character, Dante. Shit.
I have no idea. I have no idea what you're talking about.
The DMC2 scene. Dante holding
That's a
Trish.
DMC1 thing.
That's a DMC1 thing. All right, that's the DMC1 thing. Now,
DMC2 does not emote nearly that much at any point in the game.
All right then. Yeah, I was supposed to fill your dark soul with light. Like that's kind of just a summary of fucking Kingdom Hearts 1 at least, if not the entire series. And honestly, I'm like it's the entire series is just who's who changes. Because in the first game, it's Sora holding Riku. Then after that, it's Aqua holding Terra.
I mean, on some level, the whole series is Sora holding Riku.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean,
I know it's the old,
yeah.
I know it's an old style Japan thing of, you know, you got your girlfriend who you're not that close with and your boyfriend who you like that much better. But boy, does it really feel like Riku is a hell of a lot more Sora's love interest than Kairi at several points. Like,
Yeah.
there are several reunion scenes between the three where you almost expect Sora to run right past Kairi into Riku's arms.
Yeah, just do the scene. I forgot who it was or what it was. Shit. Oh, it's the scene from fucking the Pirates of the Caribbean level. And what's her face? Ron's best Jack.
Yeah, Elizabeth.
Yeah, Elizabeth, Ron's best Jack to William. Just do that, but Jack is Kyrie.
Yeah.
Also, can I note how fucking weird it is? Like the age differences, how weird the age difference is. Because Sora in the first game looks about like 15, I want to say at most, and Riku looks like 17 at most, and that's being generous. Kyrie looks about the same as Sora. Then come Kingdom Hearts 2, Sora looks 17, I guess. Riku looks 25.
Yeah, I was about to say, I do believe there's something there about like, oh, being possessed by Ansem aged Riku faster than the other two. But yes, it is very noticeable that there's only supposed to be a year that has passed between Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2. So Sora and Kyrie both went from like 15 to 16, while Riku now looks like a grown ass man.
Yeah. And like I was
Like Sora,
yeah.
noticeably taller between Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2. He gets a hell of a lot taller.
Yeah.
I believe he goes from being short than Goofy to being taller than Goofy. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I think you're right. Well, no, you're right in 2. After that, I'm not sure because for whatever reason, it seems like in the spin-off games they use the Kingdom Hearts 1 model to base off of. Even though it's supposed to be
Well,
like post Kingdom Hearts 2.
Chain of Memories is close enough to Kingdom Hearts 1, and out of the others, both Birth by Sleep and 385 over 2 days are before Kingdom Hearts 2 as well. 3D is the only spin-off game that is set after Kingdom Hearts 2.
True, but they still seemingly use the Kingdom Hearts 1 model for the base for the new outfit.
Yeah, well, Sora had to turn into original form to fit into the sleep pod, okay? He was too big for it.
Like the weirder, like what's weirder is that, like, you know, if it was just a thing of like, well, we can make this mesh and then just retexture it, whatever. Like I can suspend my disbelief enough for that, I guess. But then they put in the Kingdom Hearts 2 model too, and it's taller than both of them. That's the part I don't understand.
Yeah.
But yeah, it seems like they wanted to keep some sort of consistency because Riku was a head taller than Sora when they were young. Like,
Yeah.
I wish I mean in 1. And then in 3D, when the two were standing next to each other, Riku was still a head taller than Sora. But once again, Riku has the proportions of a 25-year-old man. And Sora
I mean,
still, yeah.
By the time of Kingdom Hearts 4, they're all going to be 18 or 19 years old. They're all going to be adults.
Man, I don't know if I'm looking forward to or not to Sora getting redesigned to actually look like a normal human. Because like Riku is like grown up Riku and current Sora, modern Sora, standing next to each other is already funny because Riku has a normal proportions and Sora still looks like a cartoon.
It's difficult to say because Sora's very clearly supposed to be a Final Fantasy Mickey Mouse, you know?
Yeah. Then again, at the same time,
I mean,
Sora is not going to age. Kairi will age. Riku will age. Sora is dead. Sora will be brought back. He will not age.
that is not true because he aged after he died.
Okay, never mind then.
Sora visibly gets a lot more human, less cartoon proportions between 1 and 2.
Oh no! I mean, again, he's dead again.
They might pull that, but Sora's died twice then, and the first death didn't stop his aging.
That's true. Like I don't know the details because I will have to play Kingdom Hearts 3 to find it out. But Sora sacrificed himself again to stop the big bad of 3 because who I guess is Sigmar because universe stuff.
And then it brings him into real world uptown Tokyo.
Yes, which is where the Jet Set Radio kids from 3D are,
Okay.
because
So
like
those
yeah.
are real. It's just that Sora was dreaming of the real world.
Maybe. Like they were in Trevor's Town, but when he talked with those kids in 3D, one of the kids was like, "Come to our world sometime," and Sora's like, "All right, where do you live?" He goes, "Shibuya," and people looked at the trailer for Kingdom Hearts 4, and the Shibuya was pointed out as one of the places Sora is in. So
Hang on. You aren't talking about Jet Set Radio. You're talking about The World Ends With You.
but no, I'm talking about their design. The kids are designed like they're from Jet Set Radio.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, like those kids, like once again, it's one of those things where like I'm glad. Well, I'm glad that they're not in the series anymore, or I guess they were in the series for now or whatever, because they don't really fit with the rest of the world. It worked with 3D because 3D was a lot more urban with its aesthetics early on. At least Trevor's Town got a makeover, so it still had the same layout as in 1, but it also got 2 more districts that were a lot more urban.
Yeah.
And so and also for stuff like the new parkour mechanic and all that, like the urban aesthetic works. The kids work for that aesthetic. They should not stick around. I am fine with them not sticking around. But yeah, what if Sora killed himself into the real world? Like just
Isn't that how Nier starts?
I don't know, because I never watched or played Replicant. I don't even know if that's the first one.
Nier doesn't start with Nier. I think it starts with Drakengard.
Ah,
I think that what happens is that Drakengard had a joke ending where the villain gets sucked out of the Drakengard world and put in the real world, and that wound up getting turned into Nier.
I see. But yeah, like it would be funny. I would actually enjoy if they did a bit, but instead of a cartoon world, so Sora just is just in Shibuya. There's no, like it's not even a licensed world. Like it's not like Pirates of the Caribbean where they're adapting the live action movie. No, Sora is just in fucking Shibuya. There's just normal ass people in Shibuya.
There's no Heartless, no nobodies. He needs to defeat
A
tax
salaryman.
evasion.
He needs to beat a salaryman. Like he needs to beat like a corporate bigwig or something like that. And then
He needs to beat the Zaibatsus.
the what?
He needs to beat the Zaibatsus.
Yeah. And then once he beats Heihachi Mishima, a keyhole appears on Heihachi Mishima's heart. That he then shoots with the Keyblade, killing Heihachi in the process, and going back to the cartoon world.
So if Sora gets brought to the real world, are they ever going to address the whole Sora, Kairi, and Riku come from some kind of world of their own they've never been back to thing? Because as I'm playing now, I forgot that Sora has a mom that asks him to come to dinner, and he never comes.
Yeah, they never talk about Sora's mom, although it has become a meme from what I can tell, because I recently saw a discussion of someone posted a picture of Ventus, Terra, and Aqua in their Keyblade Power Ranger outfits that I hate. And they were like, who are these people? Wrong answers only. And one of the answers was Sora's mom and Sora's dinner. Which good team.
Riku is dinner.
Yeah. But yeah. They haven't completely addressed it. They have somewhat. So the reason that Destiny Islands is inaccessible is because after Riku got eaten by the darkness, it went to sleep. The entire world itself, the heart of the world went to sleep, I think, which is why there was the whole dream stuff with 3D, because yes, it was trying to teach both of them how to wake up the sleeping worlds. So
Which implies Kingdom Hearts 3's focus would be going back to Destiny Island, but they never do, right?
yeah, maybe 4, I guess. Like 3, I haven't seen anything about 3. I've been able to avoid spoilers for the most part. But one of the things that I've read, one of the reads of the narrative that I've read, is someone going, what if the purpose of the story of 3 is Sora not taking the responsibilities of that he has as a Keyblade wielder seriously, killing himself in the process. Like, because apparently most of the game is just faffing about and doing nothing. In which case, like, that could work. I have to see it for myself, but that could work. If it's just Sora grew too complacent, he doesn't want to put in the effort, so now he is dead.
Well, as amusing as that is, Sora did handle his responsibilities as Keyblade wielder throughout Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2.
Yeah, like apparently it's supposed to be an issue with 3, where Sora doesn't take the problem seriously, and the thing is, like, you know, I read that and I went, okay, I'll see if it's true at all. But they kind of they kind of were building up to it in 3D, if that's the case, because there's a scene near the end where Sora, Donald, and Goofy go on the gummy ship to Olympus Coliseum. That's how the game ends for them. And Sora and Donald get into an argument. Yeah, go ahead.
Ends with them going to Olympus Coliseum.
Yeah, not even arriving there, just being in the gummy ship and going, all right, we're going to Olympus Coliseum, and they go through the thing.
Well, since when has Olympus Coliseum really mattered?
They need to.
I mean, other than the fact that Hades is the only Disney villain who has managed to survive this long without resurrecting like Maleficent or Pete.
I think they're going there to talk with Hercules because they need a hero's guidance. There is a given.
Okay. Be funny if they went for Phil instead.
Yeah. Phil, you trained so many people and hit on Aqua, which was very creepy. What do we do?
Yeah. Well, Sora, it looks like we're going to need the help of notorious weirdo Phil.
Yeah. They just fucking throw Phil at Sigmar. Phil beats him up.
Yeah, I'd believe it.
Yeah. Like they do the Kingdom Hearts equivalent of Moment 37 where Phil parries all of Sigmar's shots.
By the way, can I just point out this shit keeps happening.
Yeah.
Shenmue gets a sequel finally after 15 years, and still they insist on giving it a cliffhanger ending that doesn't end the series. Kingdom Hearts finally gets a full numbered sequel after 15 years. They still don't wrap the fucking series up.
Yeah, I think Nomura said. Allegedly, Nomura said. I didn't check the source, but allegedly Nomura said that his plan is what I said earlier, where he wants every game to have a mostly fine ending where you can just quit whenever, and then he'll just continue until he's dead, or they fire him. Kingdom Hearts is not ending. Like he said that Kingdom Hearts is entering a new arc with the next game.
That would make sense considering it's going into the real world.
Like the Kingdom Hearts until now was the Seekers arc. Apparently, who the Seekers are?
Do they?
Yeah.
Do they at least wrap up the Organization 13 stuff?
Allegedly, I'll see. Like I will tell you in the next week, because I will beat Kingdom Hearts 3 probably in a couple of days too. So I'll tell you next week if they wrap up this Organization 13 stuff.
Okay.
And if not in the main game, then I will, if nothing else, watch someone else play through the DLC so I know the lore. Because fuck it. Like I watched Chain of Memories, and then I watched Recoded, which was just Chain of Memories again. I can watch the DLC for 3, which actually has like fucking new lore in it.
Eh.
But yeah. So, what was I going to say? Shit. I don't know. I also saw a post recently where someone took a picture of an Oreo and they just took it apart the iconography to pieces like Nomura's writing is.
Needs more zippers.
Yeah. But like it's one of those things where like I get why people like you complain about the writing because I would be mistaken to call it good in any sense of the word. But if the writing wasn't so fucking batshit insane, I wouldn't enjoy Kingdom Hearts as much as I do. I don't think. Like I like this is my Dark Souls piecing together the fucking the lore bits from the descriptions of items. Except it's the opposite issue where there's too much information and you have to parse it.
Yes.
Like I get why people don't enjoy it, but I do, and I can tell you why. It just works for me. Probably also because whenever they introduce something that's not explained well, I'm just like, we'll get around to this. I mean, I'm starting to run out of games to get around to stuff with, considering I'm nearing the current games. But still, like whenever there was something that didn't make sense in like 2 or whatever, I'd be like, okay, they will explain this later, and they did. They genuinely explained most of the things that I remember questioning. And even a lot of stuff that I didn't question because I understood it mostly. Like if I didn't understand it the way they wanted me to, I understand it somewhat. So it worked for me. But whatever, more information.
Eh.
So yeah, basically what I'm saying is I'm looking forward to Kingdom Hearts 4 being like, I don't even know, a battle royale. Just because of the curse that's on me. I can't enjoy anything. I can't enjoy series. For they will be tainted.
It's.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of what's the dumbest thing that Nomura would want.
Well, okay. Let's look at the weird spin-offs that they've done. We've had card game deck build, real time card game deck builder, which is why it doesn't work. If it was turn based, it would actually be potentially fun. We had Pokemon. But not really. Like sort of catchable, sort of Monster Razor, somewhere between the two game with 3D. We have a rhythm game with Melody of Memories. Kingdom Hearts FPS stalling Zigbar.
Yeah. Origins of Zigbar.
Yes. Oh yeah, that's what I was going to bring up. Allegedly, the whole thing, like going back to the whole Sora doesn't take his responsibility seriously in 3 and all that. Like allegedly, the reason he dies is pretty much just he looks at Zigbar and left him off because he couldn't be a threat. And then that's the conflict, is that Sora doesn't put in the effort because he doesn't think he needs to, and then dies. But yeah, once again, allegedly, we'll see next week once I've played it.
Yeah.
But yeah, what dumb spin-off could they do that I would just absolutely hate? Kingdom Hearts Soccer.
Eh.
I don't know how.
No, not even Kingdom Hearts Soccer. Kingdom Hearts Soccer Team Management.
I don't know. Team management would like team management might also at least be an interesting stats thing, and like watching the AI play or whatever. Like it's one of those things where like if that was something that I wanted or had to play for lore or whatever, assuming that the lore is in the cutscenes, like in most of the Kingdom Hearts games, instead of just randomly strewn about the gameplay, then I would just do the tactics stuff for it, and then boot up YouTube, put on a YouTube video, and then just stop the YouTube video and listen to the game's audio whenever there's a cutscene.
Yeah.
Like management games, I'd be able to stomach easier than just direct simulations or whatever that I don't like. Cause like soccer, no, I played a soccer game once. It was boring, like soccer. Who'd have thunk?
Yeah.
But yeah, so like an actual soccer game with no frills, like no Mario Strikers. Mario Strikers also doesn't look all that interesting, but it seems more interesting than normal as soccer, you know. But no, it's just normal soccer with normal like realistic physics and shit, but it's fucking goofy. And then the other one would be like racing games, I guess, but like I don't know how you do that. They did, but it was a kart racer. In Bird by Sleep, there's a kart racer, as well as Mario Party, because we're all of the Mario's. Like I wish instead of a rhythm game segment, they would have included a 2D platformer, just to really have all of the Mario's. What other genre is there? I mean, I would say roguelite, but that's already Chain of Memories. And like, I don't inherently hate roguelites, I'm just overexposed. And like, they don't really do a whole lot with the genre, or haven't really done recently that I've seen.
They have. It's just not your thing, I think. I like that you can go to the Donald's nephew's shop immediately, even though you don't have any money.
Yeah. I was in the middle of the game before I found that.
Are you fucking serious?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Like
This is why there's some games that you come in saying like, "Man, I fucking hated this game," and I'm thinking every time I think, Addy, there's a good chance you missed something really important. You know, like that's super fucking important, man. That's like the shop you go to get all your shit upgraded. What the fuck?
Yeah, I just found weapons in treasure chests instead. Use those.
I think a lot of the best Goofy and Donald items you get from Huey, Dewey, and Louie. That's also where you can restock on potions and elixirs.
I didn't need those. I had Donald.
Frequently, Donald ain't around for you to need him.
I mean, he wasn't around for me. You forget that I didn't change out Donald. Like
Again, you are a crazy person.
Like instead of buying potions and elixirs, I gave Donald the thing where the angrier he gets, the more mana he has. So every time they did hit him, his mana would refill. And I was just like, okay, so Donald, here's what you do. Sometimes you cast offensive spells. More frequently you cast defensive spells. You always cast heal. Just every time you can cast heal. If you don't have mana, get hit. And it worked out. Like I beat the game, so it worked out somewhat at least.
Yeah.
But yeah, yeah, that was funny to me, and like yeah, it took me a while to find the item shop. It also the Moogle shop was even better because I opened up the way to the Moogle shop whenever you unlock it, and then I forgot how you access it, and I didn't leave through the door, so it wasn't open. So I went into the Moogle shop at the start of the game, and then I want to say, where was I?
Wait. Hang on. Are you saying you also did not use the Moogle, the synthesis shop?
Yes, because
Well, no fucking wonder you were having such a hard time.
like I tried to use the synthesis shop more, but as I've said, I forgot how you access the shop from inside the item shop or whatever the shop that sits in. Like I forgot how you access the Moogle shop from there. And I didn't leave it through the door the first time, so it was locked.
My God.
But once I figured out
really where all the good shit
Yeah.
comes from, man. What the fuck?
I talked over you. Could you repeat that?
That's really where all the good shit comes from. What the fuck? Were you just having money burning a hole in your like? Were you just swimming in money throughout the whole game?
Yes.
Christ!
Yes.
I would have taken that off your hands.
Yes. Not only was I swimming in money, but because of that, every other game, aside from maybe 2, I forget, I've been like, man, why am I not making any money? Because I'm really not. Like they genuinely turn down the amount of money you get in the spin-offs, from what I can tell.
I mean, there's probably a certain degree of that, but it probably does help that you weren't spending it.
I mean, I wasn't spending it in the other in the spin-offs either, but that was because I got the abilities that I needed and wanted from what you call it, the field, and then past that point, like the only reason I would have to buy the abilities in the shop is to upgrade them. But to do that, you need to use the underleveled version of the move, and that sucks past a certain point because it's like, all right, so there's a shop at the start of the level and a shop at the end of the level, so I can either go through the level dying a lot, probably because I'm using underleveled moves, or I can buy underleveled moves and use it on the boss. Cool.
Eh,
Alternatively, I can quit the level and grind the moves in Mario Party for the next 3 hours, but I also want to finish this game.
You know, I'm suddenly remembering why I didn't get past like the second or third level of Birth by Sleep. I think it was because I was dicking around in the Mario Party, and then I was just like, you know what, I'm done.
That's fair. The Mario Party is the best part of Birth by Sleep. I could not ironically, and that's the part I enjoyed the most.
What the fuck? And so you're playing it against your own buddies. That's really weird.
I mean, not only that, but later on, you like as you visit the worlds, you unlock other boards. So it's like, all right, so this time you're not fighting Ventus and Terra, or if you're Aqua, or the other guys. No, you're fighting Winnie the Pooh and Tigger, or you're fighting Cinderella. And stuff like that. And also, like every board,
Cinderella
Yeah.
is a known brutal Mario Party player.
yeah. And then the weird part was, how they had the special spots where you'd land on it, and then you would be able to go to any spot on the map.
No, but it sounds like a usual Mario Party thing.
Yeah, so there's this spot on the first board. They're purple, and if you land on them, then you get the Keyblade glider, which looks fucking dumb. All of them, I hate them. I Like that's when it gets too much for me. Is yeah, yeah.
You sound strongly opinionated about it.
Like there's things that I very dumb things that I like in Kingdom Hearts. But when Aqua went to Centera, do the fucking Mighty Morphin Power Ranger stuff, and get Keyblade gliders and shit. That's when it's too much for me. When it seeps into Sentai, is when it gets too much for me too.
Shonen cool, Sentai too much. Okay, noted. I don't know. I just like giant robots, man.
Yeah, that's probably a part of it. But I don't care about mechs. So like part of Sentai is lost on me. And then like I liked the Power Rangers. And like I don't inherently dislike everything Power Rangers related, but also just most of the designs are not great, and I would argue that the designs for Ventus, Aqua, and Terra are not great. Like they're not really good Sentai costumes. They're too bulky and like dumb looking. But anyway,
You're both dumb looking.
but yeah, so you get to go on the Keyblade gliders to any spot on the map. In the later stages, or whatever, the later boards that you unlock, they don't do that. They do other stuff. So like on the Winnie the Pooh board, they spawn honey, and some of them have bees on them, and some of them don't. If you land on the bees one, then you lose money. If you land on the normal one, you get money. If you do it on the Cinderella stage, then the fairy godmother gives you another roll, and for gives you like $150 for every number you roll.
There's something I find funny about the fairy godmother not blessing you by like turning your onion into a carriage or the rats into horses. She blesses you with 100. Here's a fat stack of money.
Yeah.
Here's $100. Thank you, fairy godmother.
That would have been a different movie if Cinderella was just Cinderella crying and the fairy godmother shows up. She turns around and she's like, "Here's $10 to fuck off," and it just leaves.
Well, I'm imagining like she just comes in pushing a big treasure chest of gold.
She's all pimped up. Like the fairy godmother has gold grills.
Yeah.
And like fucking like diamond and trusted earrings or whatever. Just like 4 different sets of pearl necklaces.
Okay, I just hit a sentence that I think I've seen in some memes, but I need to see it in memed more. I just got the text pop up. The 99 puppies were lost amid the chaos of their world's destruction. Find them in various worlds.
Yeah.
Also, it's super fucking sad that you walk into the Dalmatian house and just see the 2 parents depressed and alone.
It's been 4 hours. 4 hours of Kingdom Hearts.
I'm getting it all out of your system for Pink's sake.
Yeah. Oh boy, don't worry. I'll get refilled one less time for next week, and then we're done. Hopefully, at least until 4. Definitely.
Well, the trouble with that is there's a decent chance. I'm probably going to start doing stuff with my PC, but there's a decent chance I'm going to try and power through all of Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2 before the 8th.
Ah.
In which case, we're going to have some more, brother.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm probably going to be going through Kingdom Hearts, Mass Effect, and maybe a little bit of Avengers just because they just released Bucky and I can get a lot done with him. That's one of those games that's like uninstall, and then 15 days later, I feel like playing it, reinstall. This game sucks, but there's nothing else like it on the market, so I have to play it.
Maybe it's might.
No, there are no. there are no other Marvel Devil May Cry games.
Yeah.
That's the fucking tragedy. And some of the characters are really fun to play. I guess I should have talked about that for my week. Is the podcast still going?
Yeah, I'm still recording. I didn't cut it.
Fuck, I'll hit that. Yeah,
All right.
because Avengers, like, there are some really fun designs in that game, but there are also some elements there that are very clearly they just don't know if they want to make an RPG or make a beat 'em up. So there's still the stuff of like unblockables that are also unparryable, and all this and that. And when it's fun, it's really fun. You do big combo, you be cool guy, you do the cool superhero things, but there are a lot of times the game feels like it just doesn't want you to do it. At the same time, the game's kind of entering its dying throes. You can tell that because Bucky's the newest character. They just dropped him a couple days ago.
Yeah.
Bucky, transparently, like 99, not 99, but about, let's say 70 to 80% of Bucky's animations are reused from Cap.
Ah.
They try to work around it. Like his block and his parry animation are transparently the same as Cap's, but he always uses his one vibranium arm. Sure, that's acceptable. You can block with the vibranium arm. All the combo finishers that would use the shield, where Cap would ordinarily smack the enemy with the shield, they just slightly moved Bucky's wrist and put a knife in his hand.
Oh, nice.
It's funny, but they're going for it, and I respect working against adversity. And I appreciate they've made it now after I'm sure the microtransactions have visibly not worked, have made there be a lot of ways to much more easily unlock costumes, and that's all very nice.
Yeah.
There are elements here that I would say, like, oh, if I were put in charge of the game for just a day, I could fix this and that and this and that because these are design problems and not this problem, yada yada yada. But there's also a lot of broad strokes problems that are like, this could not be possibly fixed without a massive influx of extra money that this game is never going to get.
Yeah.
I would almost, okay, you know what I would pop to see happen? What would be insane?
What?
It's published by Square, right?
Yeah.
So once before, Square has released a game and recognized this is so fucking bad. We don't want this to sit as the game's legacy. Let's just honestly, just straight up do the game
Fantasy
again.
14 it?
Yes, and that game has been their biggest success in their history. I can't see it happening, but imagine if they actually did go like, okay, guys, we're just going to do Avengers Reassembled, right?
Yeah.
That would be nice. It probably won't happen, but if Square was able to do that twice in a period of 10 years, could you imagine?
Yeah.
Just putting a notoriously shit game that was so bad it got headlines around. You know?
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest problem with that is that Final Fantasy is an in-house IP, and Marvel isn't.
Yes. Yes, that is the biggest problem. At the end of the day, I think Marvel probably wants to get their license away from Square because Square fumbled this so badly.
Yeah. I mean, the one big reason that they would want to get it fucking away from Square is because the failure of this game affected Avengers, and that was made by a different team, wasn't it? Was Avengers fucking Guardians? I mean.
Okay. I was about to say Avengers affected the failure of Avengers affected Avengers, certainly. Guardians was published by Square but developed by Eidos.
Okay, so yeah, no. Never mind then. Because the logic that I was going to use is the Square's failure affected another publisher, which is a big failure. But no, it was just them.
Yeah, it was still Square. I find it confounding, though, that they didn't just reuse the assets from Guardians to add the Guardians as playable characters in Avengers. But then again, from what a lot of has been observed of Square's Avengers, Crystal Dynamics is not a very they're not very good at the lean management style. They're not very good at the let's avoid putting as much work. Let's avoid as much work as possible to get the game out under budget and under budget and under time, right?
Yeah, like sorry for going
Like
back to
when you play that
what-
Avengers game, when you play that Avengers game, you can look around and see all the tiny little assets they put loads of graphical work into. And I could just go, did we really need to have a developer work on making that good of a toolbox model for Avengers when you're not going to ever look at it?
Yeah.
Could we that old for there just either being no toolbox or a slightly shittier toolbox model, please? Like, could we have not let things up on the graphics department here?
No, because graphics sells.
Not the toolbox. Graphics does sell, but the issue is that the area of graphics that sells is the part where they tripped up. Because the area of graphics that would sell is make the Avengers themselves look very pretty. And everyone knows it was the joke everyone was making it during the game's marketing was, you fool, you captured their stunt doubles. They didn't make the Avengers look super good. They made them look like discount MCU, which was, of course, the idea of the game was make a discount MCU game. Or, well, don't make it discount. That the game's way too high budget. Was make an MCU game, but they should have accepted we can't get the license for Chris Evans' face or Chris Hemsworth's face. Make him look entirely different. Try to make him look like he does in the comics.
Yeah.
I don't know. What's an example you could think of a game that's close enough to being good, but there's one or two big budget problems in the way, and a re-release would fix the game and make it great?
That's a good question. Because I've definitely felt shit like that, but do we count rewrites as budget problems?
Yeah, story, I'm going to say no. Story is a different situation entirely. A story is still in the realm of doing that because there are instances of a game coming out with a new release and they retcon stuff or add a new alternate ending. But if it's anything that happens before the ending, it would probably rewrites of stuff that happens before a game's ending would probably require restructuring of the whole game, right?
Yeah.
It's why they can never really do a Mass Effect 3 but good ending this time, because that would require a rewriting of the entire plot.
Well then.
And honestly, it looks like Mass Effect 4 is probably going to be retconning everything people didn't like about Mass Effect 3's ending anyways, given the fact that the fucking poster is the face of a Geth. And that was what everybody hated about that was pretty well. One of the biggest things everybody hated about Mass Effect 3's ending is that the best ending kills the Geth, who everybody loved. By the way, are you going to play through Legendary Edition when it gets put on PS Plus? I will stop spoiling Mass Effect for you then, other than saying be careful what ending choice you make in Mass Effect 3.
I'll just shoot the child. It's fine. I'll die.
Okay, so you at least know that. Okay. Also, I am sorry that some of the biggest and coolest twists of the series have been spoiled for you already.
I don't remember them. like you have to remember. I don't care about sci-fi, like especially not high, like proper high sci-fi, like Mass Effect is. So to me, like the only thing that actually is in my memory banks is just Wilbang. Okay,
that's a good one to remember.
Like that's Mass Effect to me. Because otherwise, it's just like, okay, so the space stuff, I don't care. Like I tried to watch Star Trek years ago, and I've said this multiple times, I think. But yeah, I tried to watch Star Trek, and I quit for the same reasons. Because like I found the character that I liked. Data was cool. I wanted more screen time for Data, they stopped airing episodes with Data in them. I don't know what happened with the story, but then I was just like, well, I don't really care about the sci-fi stuff. I just cared about Data, and then I stopped watching.
So I assume I've missed out on quite a bit of laughs by never seeing any Mass Effect YouTube poops, right?
I don't
'Cause
know. It's yeah.
I can already hear some amusing, stupid edits that wouldn't even require much talent.
I mean, I don't know. You'd have to like Manslayer was the person who did them. If you wanna look into them, I don't like. I can't vouch for them anymore because I don't remember what was in them. Once again, the only thing I remember about Mass Effect is Will Bang. Okay, like it was literally just people live their life. From what I remember, people live their life. They sometimes say funny shit. Shepard walks into frame. Will Bang. Okay, cutscene.
I'm Commander Stupid Jellyfishes, and this is my favorite bang on the Citadel.
Yeah, like that. I also remember there was a scene when he was dancing, like very very bad. And
That's not an edit. Shepard is a running gag in the series that Shepard cannot dance to save his life or her life.
but it looked like a machinima edit. What do you mean? Is the camera bad?
The camera is intentionally bad because Shepard cannot dance, and it is emphasizing just
That's
how good
great.
Shepard is at dancing.
I thought that
Yeah.
I thought that was actually like the person fucking reanimating it in fucking like Source Filmmaker or something.
Nope, Shepard just sucks that bad at dancing.
Cool.
There's actually a scene in Mass Effect 3 where a bunch of the parties assembled at a party, and one of the characters says, "Everybody do the Shepard," and they all start doing awful dance imitations of Shepard's terrible dance.
Nice. But yeah, like spoilers don't affect me as much because I have I have a very spotty memory, so it's like I will either remember it from years from now, or I will remember maybe that's I was told a spoiler some time ago. I won't remember what it was like. It's a thing of like, oh, I forget what it was. But there was a game that I was playing through on my lonesome. I was spoiled for the whole game. I've seen the entire game multiple times. And then recently to my playthrough, one like key moment got spoiled again. But not recently enough that I still remembered actually what the moment was. So I played through the game, and then I get to the scene that was spoiled. And then I just get real happy and I go, that's the scene that I heard about. That's the cool scene. Like this is
Yeah,
yeah.
that can definitely happen sometimes. Game of Thrones became a lot more interesting for me once I had it spoiled for me.
Like that's how it works for me, which is why I don't understand the people who are like physically allergic to spoilers. Like it's a thing of like I understand how it could ruin someone's enjoyment somewhat, but as I've said, it doesn't for me. So it's more sympathy than actually like understanding, you know.
Yeah.
Like something needs to like. I was going to say so. It's like the entire thing needs to be spoiled for me like a couple of days before I go towards it for me to not enjoy something. But even then, if it's something that's very bad, I will just go, okay, how did they fuck it up that bad?
Yeah, I've definitely had that with Bayonetta 3. I mean, Bayonetta 3, I heard about coming in so bad that I was like, I have to spoil this for myself. Which, by the way, have you heard about Bayonetta 3's ending?
Yes, we've discussed this off recording.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh boy.
you.
I'm not sure which is more offensive. Caste genocide or heterosexual sex in the missionary position.
I didn't hear the first one. I just heard genocide.
So that's a hilarious argument, by the way. That is actually what people are like. Which is worse? That the entire cast gets wiped out, or that
cast.
Bayonetta is straight?
Cast. All right. I didn't hear cast the first time around. Yeah, I don't. I was going to say I don't know, but I don't really have an opinion. I played Bayonetta 1. It was a game. It was alright. It had Space Harrier. I didn't like Space Harrier. but like past that, like really like DMC and Bayonetta for me, like it's this weird thing where both of us like similar games, but we feel the opposite. Cause like I'm really into Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. You don't really care for it, but it's alright. I'm the same way for DMC and Bayonetta. Like I want to finish DMC, but I want to play it without the fucking delay, so I can actually beat Virgil for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
I've been stuck on him for a month, and like if fighting Virgil with the delay isn't the thing that's keeping me from fighting him, it's the fact that I have to wait like a minute for the stream to start up at all. Like I'll just buy the PS4 version of the HD remasters and then just beat it that way. You know, actually have a good experience maybe.
I still think it's bizarre that game exists on PS4 and they still put the PS3 version on PS Plus.
I mean, they did that with multiple games because that's both like that's all of the DLCs before 5. It's also Schoolgirls. Like you have Second Encore on the PlayStation Store. I can buy it right now. Why did you put the base game from the PS3 on the PS Plus?
Because Second Encore comes with extra features and characters.
But like they put the collector's editions of most of the games. Like it just doesn't make sense to me because like you know if it was just only the Sony games got the fucking legendary editions or whatever, then it would make more sense because then Sony is just you know putting in their best foot forward. But like with other games, I can't even call out any off the top of my head though. But I definitely remember.
Well, I'd say at the end of the day, there are some publishers that say, screw it, the DLC sales wouldn't be that much. And there's some publishers that say, no, we're not going to give out the DLC on PlayStation Plus. We're going to make them pay for that.
Yeah, that's true. But like you know, just to me, it just doesn't make sense why you wouldn't like it from Sony's end at least. Doesn't make as much sense why they wouldn't try to push for the Second Encore for Schoolgirls or the PS4 version of DMC.
Yeah, that is a bit odd, but I guess that's all again one of those things of they know the streaming is inferior, so they still want you to buy DMCs 1 through 4.
Yeah. And then where were we? Bayonetta, right? Bayonetta's ending. Yeah, they did. Yeah. I mean, like it's okay. What's more offensive? The caste genocide, Bayonetta being straight, Bayonetta not being her name.
Bayonetta not being her name, we all knew there had to be some fucking witness with that just because of Cereza, but at the end of the day, I can deal with that as long as everybody still calls her Bayonetta, you know?
Yeah. But yeah, like I was going to say get ready for the Combat Kids with Bayonetta 4, but no, we already know who it is. It's Viola, isn't it?
It is.
So yeah, get ready for Violetta. They should change the name. Fuck.
I think it is supposed to be implied that Viola will be the next Bayonetta.
Yeah, she is, but I'm saying they should change the game's title to Violetta to reflect the changing characters. They won't. They won't because it would lose them sales. But still. So anyway, that's all about the time that Captain America stole Bayonetta's heart and filled it with darkness.
Yeah. Blurg.
Did I ever answer?
That's all about the biggest dork in the universe somehow managed to get with Bayonetta.
Yeah. You know, I never
because
an-
Hideki
yeah,
Kamiya had issues.
yeah. I never answered your question about which game could use a remake and be better. I just realized.
Yeah, just a gameplay remake though, not a story remake.
All right, gameplay remake.
Remake, not rewrite.
Yeah. Well, if it was rewrite, I would have just gone with Sonic Forces because that game needs R&R. Like it has the aesthetic and nothing else. Keep the aesthetic, change everything else.
Good God, what Sonic needs is for people to stop caring about the writing.
I mean, the problem with the writing for Forces was that it cared not at all and too much at the same time, and I don't know how they managed that.
The problem with Sonic Forces is that people keep taking Sonic plots seriously and insisting they needed to have fucking Super Saiyan forms and shit.
I disagree, but we've had this argument multiple times, so.
Ugh.
In theory, it should come down to what you grew up with, whether you prefer Sonic with plot or not. But it doesn't make sense because, like, I also grew up with the original games, so either which way,
I think it can.
Yeah.
I think it can partly come down to an aesthetic thing as well.
yeah, maybe.
I'm not into the whole. I'm not into the whole furry thing, and Sonic is practically holy to furries. You know.
Oh no, I don't know. Like, there's a lot of crossover, but honestly, Sonic's aesthetic, like the entire design is fine for Sonic. Like, it's fine for a kids game series. But best that I don't really care, you know. Like, one of the reasons that I like Shadow is because he's over designed Sonic. He has more interesting features. But even here, he's like, all right, so I have highlighter in my hair. Cool. Very over designed. I mean, I joke.
Yeah.
I joke. Sonic does have genuinely over designed character designs. They look bad. Like I don't like them either. Like
Yes.
there was times when Sonic tried to be Kingdom Hearts. It failed. It shouldn't.
It seems to me like Kingdom Hearts. Sonic is always trying to be Kingdom Hearts now.
It depends on which era. Cause the post adventure for a bit, yes. Post generations, no. And I don't know about the new one that we're heading towards. Like the new one seems to be a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B, where they're trying to have hidden deep lore for the people who care, and then you can just have barely any story at all. Story if at all Sonic if you don't. Which is a you know, they're trying to appease everyone. I don't think it will work in the end, but you know.
Yeah.
Because like either the deep lore will overflow and the people who don't care will see it, or there will be just a large disconnect between the parts where there's deep lore and the parts where there's not. And like the disconnect would probably work better, but also like I don't know. Like if the disconnect happened, then there would be less controversy probably. But then also it's like you're playing two separate games because there's the game with no you're playing the main game, it has no story, and then everything else is just like fucking dialogue or not dialogue, whatever, the like audio logs and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, where was I going? Because I was going to make a remark about something that's not. Oh yeah. No, never mind. Gameplay wise, to remake a game, I'm sure there's better candidates that I'm just forgetting about because I know that there's a game that I'm looking for that I can't find in my memory. that would just need a gameplay facelift. But if you're going for games that are overall bad, that would be good if they got remade. Then I'd say probably Sonic Unleashed, because the stages are boost Sonic, which isn't good, and the night stages could use more variants. And also remove the fucking emblems. I don't want to do collectathon shit while I'm also running 5 million miles an hour.
I guarantee you, if they do a remake, they wouldn't remove shit unless they run out of budget. And collectathon stuff is not what they would run out of budget for.
I mean, that makes sense, but at the same time, the Wii version didn't have the collectathon stuff, and the what am I trying to say? It seems to be the preferred version of the game, so it's a thing of like. But not only that, but the Wii version seems to be the most complete, because on the 360 and PS3, and I guess the PC as well, there's an island that you can't visit, that you can't ever save, that you need to complete the game apparently, and you can save it in the Wii version, so it seems like that's the most feature complete. So yeah, like in theory, if they remake it, then they would take the Wii version as the basis, and then just make it so the day stages are not boost and somehow fun. Like the day stages were fun for the time when they released, but they would need to be completely remade, I think, for them to work again. And then the night stages, just take the combat mechanic in Sonic Frontiers, and because it's already just baby's first DMC, and so was Sonic Unleashed. So just take that as the basis, and then just build on top of it, so there's more variants and more player input and stuff like that, because it's very automated from what I hear.
Yeah.
And I think that could work. If we're going with games that aren't necessarily bad, but I think gameplay remake would benefit them, then obviously fucking Brotherhood. That game is dated as shit. It's very janky.
Isn't it the way you want Assassin's Creed to be, though?
It depends on which part, honestly, because the movement overall, for the most part, but like I like the movement in Brotherhood and the games around it. I like the movement better than the later ones, just because it's a really good base that they could improve upon, and then just keep the amount of complexity, or whatever the potential complexity, because it wasn't very complex to begin with, but keep the amount of potential complexity the same, while making it easier to engage with, would be my optimal way for it to evolve. It's just they didn't they tried doing that with 3, but instead they just kind of removed options, so that doesn't work as well, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And then the combat wise, you would need to do a complete rehaul. So there's actually a combat worth noting. I don't know how they do it. I think taking a note from Valhalla and making it so. Well, actually, I don't remember if Valhalla had it. Fuck. But whatever. Taking a note from some of the later combat mechanics they had, make it so counter kills are a thing, but they're not guaranteed. Like they're not immediately just the only move that you need to use or you should use. So make it like, for example, Royal Guard in the MC5, where there's a parry window, or there's a block window, and there's a parry window.
Yeah.
But instead make it so there's a parry window and there's an instant kill. And if you get the instant kill window, then Ezio just does his thing. And then make it so it chains like it did in the old game, but only up to a certain amount of people. So you can just infinitely go on murder sprees, just killing people with one shot. And it could still convey that Ezio is at his peak, and he's a really good assassin, while still making it so it's not just completely negating the rest of the combat mechanic.
Yeah.
And otherwise, what could they do with the combat mechanic? Like, because I talked about a lot of the tertiary stuff, but I still don't know. I have no idea what the basis for it should look like. Because my heart is telling me DMC, but that would not work with Assassin's Creed. Like I would want DMC like combat system, but if I found a DMC like combat system in Assassin's Creed, I would be like, what the hell is going on? Why am I flying?
Heresy.
Yeah. what combat mechanic could work for it? Because like I can't really think of any that they could copy to use as a basis. Because Souls, they've tried, it doesn't work. God of War is just Souls with more steps. I don't think it would work. Also, I don't like it. It's also very camera tight. I don't like God of War's camera personally.
Yeah.
What other melee combat mechanics are out there? Like my knowledge of modern ones are just Souls and DMC, the two extremes. What you got out?
Batman.
You cut out again. Fuck's sake.
Batman.
Oh yeah, Batman. But wouldn't Batman just be what they already had?
It's definitely smoother and more rhythm based.
That's true.
Also, counter reversals are not instant kills.
That's true.
Build up combo to get big combo special move.
Yeah,
big-
I remember. I played through the series. I just, like Batman was someone else's iteration on their mechanics. So I don't know if it would be the same, or I don't know if it would feel too similar. Well, actually, okay. What if we take parts of things that are inspired by Brotherhood? So we take some parts of Batman's fighting mechanic, like not completely killing everyone else in the room immediately when you look at them, stuff like that. But then also merge that with the design principles, or some of the design principles of Ghost of Tsushima. So
Ghost of Tsushima is all about instant kills.
yeah. But like my idea here is, what if everyone, including you, had a low amount of health, or lowish feeling health. So combat feels like it has stakes. And then instead of comboing a guy, you combo groups. Because Ezio is a badass and can fight groups of people at the same time for some reason, I guess. But like, instead of doing DMC combos on a guy, if you do your parrying and your insta kills and stuff like that well enough, then you do like you do a Jackie Chan fight scene with the entire room, pretty much. And then like in my mind, they could, in theory, considering all of this is in theory, they could somehow reach a point where that wouldn't be the default style you play, as in like, you need to learn how to do the fighting mechanic before you get to the point where you can do fight scenes like that. But then when you do, then it's all that much better, because you actually learned how to use the fighting mechanic and you can do shit like that now.
Yeah.
And then obviously the graphics need an overhaul in Brotherhood, because if we like it would be nice to eliminate stuff like that. That guy looking the same age as his dad.
Yeah.
And then aside from that,
Also, I think
Yeah.
it's time to retire the whole all of Desmond's ancestors look exactly like him thing.
yes,
It's a little bit weird. And it was more acceptable when the graphics weren't as impressive, so you couldn't really get a good look at Ezio's face. It'd be a lot weirder in HD.
yes. Okay, another bad game that could be better if it was remade. And this is a fucking weird ass pick, but I just looked at it on my shelf. MK Armageddon.
Armageddon is a weird pick, and if you wanted to do a remake of that now, it would be so expensive.
Yes. Like
Because that game was friggin' ambitious for any time period, but they were able to get away with it mostly because it was super. Like the way individual characters were done was a lot of asset recycling, and generally very low budget implementations. I mean, for one thing, of course, in Deadly Alliance and Deception, every character got 3 move sets. In Armageddon, the characters get 2. No unique fatalities, all creative fatalities, and almost all the animations and models are recycled from Deadly Alliance and Deception.
Yeah. Yeah, like I don't know which one is less likely to which one would be less likely to happen. This or Ubisoft actually making a good remake of Brotherhood. But
I think with Brotherhood, there's a decent chance of it getting remade someday to be more like Origins and Odyssey.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't doubt that eventually they will remake it. I doubt that it will be good. I doubt that I doubt that MK Armageddon will get remade ever. Sonic, maybe. Like it, if out of the ones I suggested, that seems like the most likely candidate to actually get a remake because Sega needs money. I'm assuming at least.
They do, but I don't think Sonic's the one to look at for money.
Yeah, I mean,
I think if they need money, they can get more from Yakuza, Total War, anything else.
yeah. Although Frontiers is doing good, so maybe the next Sonic game will actually have a budget.
It's difficult to say because just about every one of the Sonic games feels like they're just being used to experiment with new tech they want to use in non-Sonic games.
Yeah. Uh, well then, I think we've run out of stuff.
We might have. I have now got up to the empty armor boss fight in Traverse Town.
The first one or the second one?
I forgot there was another one.
Well, no, it's a secret boss.
Oh, do you mean Kurt Zissa?
No. No, if you do like I think it's on your second visit or something like that to Traverse Town, I forget. Or something dumb like that, whatever. In the second district, you need to do a puzzle and then you unlock another fight with the armor, but it's stronger.
Oh, I vaguely remember that, but if I pulled that off in this amount of time, that would be really impressive. This was actually pretty crazy tech-wise for them to pull this off at the time. A boss fight, a boss, and every limb has a different health bar.
Yeah. Like Kingdom Hearts is very very ambitious, and also like something that I wanted to bring up, but I forgot about it. Is I appreciate how much use they get out of their assets.
Yes.
Like you don't think about this, and some people see it as lazy, but like they made the model for Sora for Kingdom Hearts 1 in 2002. I've seen that model in a game that came out in like 2014. That shit got mileage.
Yeah.
And the thing is,
I mean, there's lots of times.
Yeah.
There's lots of times where they reskin heartless enemies with different textures, but they give entirely different behavior, and it feels like an entirely different enemy.
Yes. And
but same model and animation.
Yeah. And then like the thing is, like it didn't feel out of place because they always use the more egregious asset reuse like that is always relegated for stuff like the portable games where you wouldn't see it because everything looks like it's on the PS2. So hey,
yeah.
So yeah, like that's like I appreciated that, and it also like we brought this up in a recent Assassin's Creed video, I think. Well, a recently released one.
Yeah.
But like it's also the thing of like I played through, like I've read through these streets many times. I know the layout. I'm fine with them reusing stuff like Traverse Town because then it just means that I know where I am. I don't need to relearn the layout because I know it. I've played through it already.
Yeah,
And that's also nice from a player standpoint, at least in my opinion.
yeah.
All right, 10 more minutes. Let's try and
10
talk.
more,
Yeah, let's try and talk
10
about
more
stuff for 10
minutes
more
of
minutes.
playtime.
I talked over you.
10 more minutes of playtime.
Yes.
Bonesaw is ready.
I'm trying to check if I saved any topics for the podcast. Why did I say that weird? What is my accent sometimes? Topics. Yes. We need to talk about something.
I find it funny that when you start Kingdom Hearts 1, they have the shadowy council of Disney villains,
Yeah.
who, for one thing, are not at all the main villains. But on top of that, they're all like, "Oh, who are they?" But you're going to recognize all their voices.
Yeah. Well, I didn't because I didn't hear their voices originally, but yeah.
Who is this bag-shaped man who
Yeah.
talks like a swaggering fucking super stereotypical black man? Who is this pirate with a hook hand who is very silly?
Yeah. They gave Hook was fighting in 3D, I wanna say. No, it was Bird by Sleep. They gave Hook a boss fight in Bird by Sleep, and he kicks your ass.
Hook kicks your ass in Kingdom Hearts 1. Hook's always a hard boss fight. I'm not certain why.
But it was funny going through Neverland just because of that, because Terra fights Peter Pan, everyone else fights Hook. Well, no, actually, Ventus fights Hook, Aqua fights Ventus. But what he does, but whatever.
The characters from Birth by Sleep are such assholes.
Yeah, like as I said, like I don't really enjoy them, but it's fine. They're there. they're character filler. Like Aqua,
I do think it's using the switch from Sora, who's mostly a cool, heroic dude, to two dick. Well, they're kind of all three dicks, aren't they?
No, Terra is a himbo. Terra is a himbo. That's how he gets to the dark side. He's too dumb. Ventus.
So the one out of them that's the nicest is the one that goes evil.
Yeah. Yeah, Terra is a himbo. Ventus is confused. That's his character trait. Like he doesn't know what's going on at any point in the game because he's your self-insert.
Oh, I apparently was dead wrong earlier when I said that you need that you can get screwed out of getting dodge roll if you pick the wrong items at the start of the game. Goofy just straight up teaches you dodge roll as soon as you meet him.
Why can't he do that in 2?
I don't know. He forgot how to roll.
Yeah. He spun too much now. He knows his speed. He doesn't know how to roll.
Boy, buying the ability to ring from Sid is super fucking mandatory at the start of Kingdom Hearts 1.
Yeah.
So that you can dodge roll and actually see people's health at the same time.
Oh, did you not go with getting shield and sacrificing sword?
I went with sword and sacrificing wand.
Yeah, getting shield and sacrificing sword is how you get the most AP.
Shield gives AP. Interesting.
Yeah. Like you can also get shield and sacrifice wand, but I think that gives you less item slots or something like that. Like shield, getting shield and sacrificing sword is the best setup you can have there.
How hellish do you think it was for the programmers to have to try and program Goofy and Donald to follow you through platforming sections?
Very. The, the programmers were brought to you by KitKat. All the crunch.
I forgot it's Leon from Final Fantasy VIII that tells you to go
That's-
get all the Dalmatian puppies.
Well, not Leon. It's Squall.
All right.
Yeah, there's allegedly. I read on the wiki. There's allegedly an actual in-lore explanations for why he calls himself Leon in Kingdom Hearts. Wanna hear it?
Of course. What is it?
Well, his full name is Squall Leonhardt, if memory serves.
Yeah.
And he calls himself
Yes.
Leon. He calls himself Leon in Kingdom Hearts because he's very ashamed that he let Radiant Garden fall and become Hollow Bastion.
I see. A plot point that becomes irrelevant later in the series
No,
because get rid of all the Final Fantasy characters.
it doesn't become irrelevant because I don't think it becomes relevant ever. Like I don't know where they got this information from because I didn't hear it. Like unless it's in his like bio, then I don't know. But yeah, so yeah, Ventus is confused, and then Aqua is sad. That's her character trait. She spends the entire
I
game
see.
sad. So you went from Sora, who's a big heroic boy, to the himbo, the confused and the sad.
Oh boy.
And then you play fucking Bird by Sleep, Fragmentary Passage, and she's just like she's just seeing the other two in the darkness. They're not there, except for when they are, but they're not there. There's a scene. There's a scene in the Fragmentary Passage where both of them show up, but Terra is blind because the darkness blinded him. And so Terra is speaking with Aqua, and Aqua is like, Terra and Ben, how did you get into the dark realm? And Terra is like, hey Aqua, is Ben here? While he's standing right next to him.
Nice.
And the thing is, he's looking at Aqua. They didn't give him a different model to show that he's blind or just close his eyes. He's looking at Aqua while he's doing this.
I mean, generally speaking, blind people still have eyeballs usually.
Oh yes, but like every other time in fiction, when blind people are portrayed, they at least close their eyes to show that they're blind because otherwise we're too dumb. And when they're not, then when they yeah, go ahead.
Not been super common, at least in the stuff I've seen.
And then even if people become blind or whatever, if people are blind, then their eyes look different. And like I know that they can change fucking his eyeballs color because they do it for Xehanort. So so unless there's legitimately a completely different texture, then I'm assuming they do it by changing the values in programming. In which case they could have changed it there too. And if it is a completely separate texture, then why? But yeah. So yeah, like the Terra is there in the darkness with Ventus and Aqua, and suddenly Xehanort just suddenly he turns into Xehanort, and then Terra's soul comes out of Xehanort's body, or it comes out of his body that Xehanort is controlling to choke out Xehanort.
The Choco bitch.
Yeah. So it's a thing of like, wherever I am in the story, like, was that actually Terra there, or like did Xehanort go into the dark realm with Terra's body, and did that actually happen, or was it just fucking the darkness playing tricks on Aqua, which it like the entire rest of that addendum game seems like it was the darkness playing tricks on Aqua's mind, but then the entire game is just her visiting places she's been and just being like, "Fuck, I wanna die," pretty much. Like Aqua wants to die, but Aqua can't die. And by the way, the reason they made the point two fragmentary passage for Birth by Sleep is so they can explain why Mickey Mouse didn't have a shirt on in Kingdom Hearts 1.
Ah, naturally.
Yes. Like that's
Makes sense.
there's a scene dedicated to Mickey losing his shirt, so we know why he was shirtless in Kingdom Hearts 1.
Yeah. As you do.
So yeah, anyway, we've been going over for 5 hours, so I think we can call it a podcast.
Yeah, probably. At this point, it's just creating more problems for uploading.
Yeah. All right. So, goodbye.
Hang on.
All right.
Fucking bullshit!
That will never stop being funny.